What if the fate of humanity hung in the balance, swayed by the whispers of an unseen force? In the shadowed corridors of time, one figure emerges, a being of light whose name reverberates through millennia: Archangel Gabriel. From the echoing halls of ancient prophecies to the very hearts of the faithful, Gabriel stands as the divine messenger, poised on the precipice of monumental change. As storms gather in the heavens, a cold shiver runs down the spine of the world below. The air crackles with tension, laden with the weight of messages yet to be delivered. Gabriel's wings, vast and shimmering, stretch across the skies, cloaked in an ethereal glow that hints at both majesty and dread. With each beat, they summon a whirlwind of emotion: hope for the righteous and terror for the wicked. A voice, gentle yet thunderous, prepares to herald revelations that will reverberate through the ages. In a time of conflict, where kingdoms rise and fall, Gabriel finds himself at the junction of fate and free will. The cries of prophets ring in the air, blending with the distant sound of clashing swords. The very fabric of existence is taut, ready to snap under the weight of unfulfilled destinies. Who will heed the call? Who will resist the burning truth? As the messenger descends, the earth holds its breath, every creature sensing the tides of change. With messages forged in the fires of heaven and cloaked in the mysteries of divine purpose, Gabriel carries news that could ignite revolutions or calm the storm. Each whisper of his name sends ripples through the cosmos, hinting at a narrative woven with betrayal, loyalty, and the relentless pursuit of truth. But lurking in the shadows are forces determined to silence the divine voice, antagonists of faith who will stop at nothing to erase the light Gabriel embodies. As humanity wrestles with its darkest fears, the Archangel stands vigilant, a sentinel between worlds. What are the burdens he bears? What secrets does he guard? The veils of time begin to thin, revealing glimpses of celestial battles, prophetic dreams, and the heart-wrenching choices of mortals entangled in a cosmic web. Tension mounts as Gabriel's path intertwines with pivotal figures: kings, warriors, and the common man, each poised at the edge of a precipice, their destinies forever altered by the Archangel's presence. In the twilight of a world hanging in uncertainty, a single moment can shift the scales of fate. Gabriel's descent is imminent, and the air is electric with anticipation. History is not merely a record of the past. It is a living, breathing entity, whispering of choices yet made and consequences yet faced. Each heartbeat echoes the unyielding truth: the Archangel is coming. Will he bring salvation or judgment? The answer lies in the moments that will unfold, cloaked in the haunting beauty of destiny and the relentless quest for understanding. The stage is set, and the cosmos waits, eager for the next act in the extraordinary saga of Archangel Gabriel. The air crackled with divine energy as the first light pierced through the heavy fabric of the heavens, illuminating shadows that had dwelled for eons. In this ethereal expanse, a group of celestial beings stirred, their wings unfurling like the sails of a ship ready to embark on a monumental voyage. These weren't just any beings. They were the archangels, the awe-inspiring messengers of God, poised to transcend the mortal understanding of good and evil. Each beat of their wings echoed with purpose, and the universe held its breath in anticipation. Long before the ink dried on sacred texts, the concept of archangels flickered in the minds of ancient civilizations. In Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers carved the land, people looked up to the stars, believing that celestial beings wielded power over their fates. Their pantheon featured a hierarchy of divine spirits, but among them, certain figures stood taller, radiating authority and wisdom. These early depictions would form the bedrock upon which later notions of archangels would rise. As centuries flowed into one another, whispers of archangels began to take on more defined shapes. The Hebrew Bible, a treasure trove of stories and wisdom, mentions beings like Michael and Gabriel, who were not merely messengers but warriors and protectors. In the book of Daniel, Michael stands as a guardian over Israel, a figure of strength amid chaos. His name itself means, "Who is like God?" a powerful question that reverberates through time. The very essence of his being was tied to the fate of nations, stirring the hearts of the faithful and invoking a sense of safety in a world rife with uncertainty. Gabriel, too, emerges in a blaze of divine light, heralding monumental events. Like a comet racing through a pitch-black sky, he brings tidings of hope and change. In the New Testament, he appears to Mary, announcing the miraculous conception of Jesus. Can you feel the weight of that moment? The tension in the air, the mingling of fear and joy, the intertwining of divine destiny with human vulnerability. It's a breathtaking intersection where the cosmic meets the personal, a thread connecting heaven and earth. Yet, even as these figures solidified in the hearts of the faithful, the early church grappled with their origins. The first Christian communities drew from the rich tapestry of Jewish tradition, which saw archangels not merely as individual beings, but as symbols of God's will. In the writings of Paul, the mention of heavenly powers hints at the hierarchy of angels, suggesting a celestial order that permeated the universe. The invisible forces of good and evil danced on the edges of human perception, shaping lives and destinies, invoking both awe and terror. In the dusty streets of the early Mediterranean world, where whispers of faith and doubt collided, the stories of archangels became a balm for troubled souls. These celestial beings were invoked in prayers, sought after in times of despair. The faithful believed that archangels could intercede on their behalf, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. As night fell, flickering candles illuminated the faces of the devoted, their voices lifted in fervent supplication, calling upon Michael to protect them from harm or Gabriel to grant them clarity in confusion. Each name spoken was a lifeline, a beacon of hope. As the pages of history turned, the archangels evolved further, taking on new meanings and roles across different cultures. In Islamic tradition, the archangels take on a more defined presence, with Gabriel, remaining a key figure, revealed as a messenger tasked with delivering the Quran to Muhammad. The significance of these beings transcended mere mythology. They became woven into the very fabric of belief. The stories conveyed not only the existence of the divine but also the nuances of faith, the struggles of humanity, and the unyielding hope that guided believers through darkness. In this evolving narrative, the archangels became symbols of resistance against despair, shining lights in the face of adversity. Each archangel, with their unique attributes and missions, represented the myriad ways in which the divine could reach out to humanity. Uriel, often depicted as the one who brings wisdom and enlightenment, became a touchstone for those seeking knowledge amid ignorance. The very mention of his name rattled the chains of confusion, offering clarity like a sudden flash of lightning on a stormy night. All the while, the archangelic presence loomed large in the collective consciousness of believers. Artistic expressions flourished, capturing their ethereal beauty and strength. Renaissance painters poured their passion onto canvases, depicting these celestial warriors as fierce yet compassionate, their wings adorned with the colors of heaven. The brushstrokes immortalized the stories of devotion, courage, and divine intervention. Each painting beckoned the beholder to witness a world beyond the tangible, a world where faith took flight. In the quiet corners of ancient cathedrals, the architecture itself seemed to stretch toward the heavens, emulating the wings of the archangels who stood guard over the faithful. Stained glass windows filtered the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, bathing worshippers in an otherworldly glow. It was a transcendent experience, where every flicker of light reminded them of the divine protection that surrounded them. The tales continued to unfold, growing richer with each retelling, even as the ages shifted. The archangels transformed into more than mere figures and texts. They became guardians, companions, and sources of inspiration, ever present in the lives of the faithful. The people sang their praises, chanted their names, invoking their guidance through prayers that echoed in the stillness of the night. But as powerful as these beings were, their stories were intertwined with the complexities of belief itself. Doubt lingered in the hearts of some, as questions arose about the nature of these angels and their roles. Were they simply manifestations of humanity's yearning for connection with the divine? Or did they genuinely exist, interceding in the lives of mortals? The ambiguity only added to their mystique, drawing people into a tapestry of faith woven with threads of longing and uncertainty. The very notion of archangels held a magnetic pull, transcending boundaries of culture and religion. They spoke to the universal desire for protection, for guidance, and for a glimpse of something greater. As the stories proliferated, from whispered prayers in quiet homes to resounding sermons in grand cathedrals, the archangels shimmered like stars in the night sky, constant, yet ever elusive. In this world of shadows and light, the archangels became both the embodiment of hope and the enigma of divine will. And as the celestial drama unfolded, the question lingered in the air. If these beings could inspire such passion, such fervent devotion, what would their true purpose reveal about the nature of the universe? The mystery deepened, inviting contemplation that stretched across time and space, ready to be explored anew. The name Gabriel echoes like a hidden melody, a whisper carried on the winds of time, weaving its way through ancient scripts and sacred texts. It holds a power that transcends simple letters, reaching into the very fabric of history, igniting the imagination and stoking the fires of curiosity. Gabriel, derived from the Hebrew Gavriel, translates to God is my strength. These four simple words reverberate with an intensity that has captured hearts and minds for centuries, wrapping around the spirit like a warm embrace. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, where the sun casts long shadows over ancient stone, the name Gabriel was spoken with reverence. It adorned the lips of those who sought strength in the face of adversity, a call to the divine that echoed through the ages. The angel Gabriel, a figure of immense significance in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions, has served as a bridge between the earthly realm and the celestial. He is not just a messenger. He is the embodiment of divine power, delivering revelations that have shaped beliefs and guided countless souls through the storms of life. Gabriel's name carries whispers of promises made long before time measured minutes and seconds. It is said that he was the angel who appeared to Mary, bearing the news that would turn the world on its head, bringing forth hope and joy in a time shadowed by uncertainty. The moment he spoke, "Hail Mary, full of grace," the air itself seemed to shimmer with the weight of his words. His voice was not merely sound. It was a promise, a declaration that change was on the horizon, stirring anticipation in the hearts of many. Yet, the name goes beyond religious connotations. It embodies the struggle and triumph of humanity. In times of war and strife, when despair threatened to engulf the spirit, soldiers would call upon Gabriel, seeking solace in his name. They believed his strength would guide them through the darkest nights and into the dawn of a new day. The name became a talisman, a beacon that shone through the storms of fear and doubt, reminding them that they were not alone. In the pages of history, Gabriel appears in myriad forms, each a reflection of the struggles that define the human experience. From the angelic figure of the Bible to the formidable presence in Islamic texts, his essence morphs but never fades. It is intriguing how a single name can encapsulate the strength of a warrior, the grace of a messenger, and the compassion of a guide. Every utterance of Gabriel's name stirs a connection to the sacred, a reminder of the divine that dwells within each person, waiting to be awakened. Consider the moment when a young mother whispers her child's name, Gabriel, as she gazes into his innocent eyes. In that fleeting second, she pours into him all her hopes, dreams, and challenges. To her, he is not merely a name. He is a promise of strength and resilience. The world outside may be fraught with chaos, yet within her heart, she feels the stirrings of Gabriel's spirit, urging her to rise above fears and embrace the future. As generations unfold, stories of Gabriel ripple through the fabric of culture and society. In the Middle Ages, artists depicted him with ethereal wings, draped in flowing robes that shimmered like sunlight breaking through the clouds. Each brushstroke captured not just his form but the weight of his significance. His name became synonymous with divine intervention, a guardian who watched over those in need. People would call upon him, lighting candles and uttering prayers, believing that his strength would shield them from adversity. In literature, the name Gabriel has danced through the pages of unforgettable stories, weaving a tapestry of emotions and experiences. Great writers have imbued their characters with the essence of Gabriel, embodying the duality of strength and vulnerability. Imagine a hero standing at the edge of despair, his spirit flickering like a candle in the wind, only to find the inner courage to fight back. The name Gabriel serves as a reminder that even in the darkest moments, we have the power to rise, to reclaim our strength, and to forge our paths. The emotional stakes escalate when the historical context begins to unfold, the whispers of the past echoing louder with every passing moment. In the annals of history, the name Gabriel has been a source of inspiration for countless revolutions and movements. Leaders and visionaries have invoked his name, seeking strength to challenge oppression and fight for justice. In their hearts, they felt the presence of Gabriel urging them on, a silent force that ignited flames of hope in their souls. As the sun sets over distant mountains, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the name Gabriel lingers in the air, entwined with the dreams of those who dare to hope. In the quiet of the night, beneath a blanket of stars, his name becomes a prayer whispered on the lips of the weary, a balm for the wounded spirit. Such moments are filled with profound emotion, a reminder that even in solitude, we are never truly alone. The name Gabriel resonates like a heartbeat, a constant rhythm that binds past and present in a dance of light and shadow. The waves of meaning and emotion swell, crashing against the shores of time. The name Gabriel is not just a relic. It is a living testament to the struggles and triumphs of humanity, a beacon that shines through the ages. Each syllable carries with it the weight of history, the cries of those who have come before us, and the hopes of those yet to come. It resonates with the strength to rise, the courage to love, and the wisdom to dream. As the narrative unfolds, the scene shifts, revealing the impact of Gabriel's name on the present, the echoes of history colliding with the fervent hopes of a new generation. In every corner of the world, from the bustling markets of Cairo to the quiet streets of a small town, the name Gabriel finds its way into the hearts of the young and the old alike. It sparks conversations, ignites imaginations, and becomes a thread that connects lives across time and space. And so, the name Gabriel, rich with meaning and layered with emotion, continues to weave itself into the very essence of what it means to be human. It becomes a symbol of resilience, a reminder that no matter how bleak the circumstances, strength can be found in the most unexpected places. The legacy of Gabriel thrives on, ever alive, ever present, beckoning those who seek to understand its depths, its power, and its endless potential. The story does not end here. Rather, it spirals into the next chapter, where the journey of Gabriel's legacy unfurls, promising yet more adventures and revelations, a tapestry that is still being woven as each day dawns anew. In a world where shadows danced with the flickering flames of a lone campfire, a figure emerged, cloaked in soft light and mystery. The air shimmered with anticipation, for this was not an ordinary night. This was a night that would change destinies. It was under this vast, star-studded sky that Gabriel, the angel of messages, took his place as a herald of monumental truths. The winds whispered tales of those who had encountered Gabriel. He was not merely a messenger. He was a bridge between the divine and humanity, embodying both hope and consequence. His presence resonated with power, yet there was an undeniable tenderness in his gaze, an understanding of human frailty. As he appeared before those chosen by fate, hearts raced, breaths caught, and the very air was thick with emotion. When he spoke, it was as if the heavens were echoing through him, each word tumbling forth with a weight that could shift mountains. In the stories of old, Gabriel's first appearance was to the priest Zechariah, cloaked in the incense and prayers of the temple. The priest, a man worn by the years, had long surrendered to despair over the barrenness of his life. But on that fateful day, as he performed his sacred duties, the air crackled with energy, and suddenly, there he was, Gabriel, radiating light and divine authority. Zechariah's heart nearly stopped as fear cloaked him, the kind that mingles with awe. Yet, with a voice smooth as silk and firm as rock, Gabriel announced, "Do not be afraid, Zechariah, for your prayer has been heard." Those words hung in the air, suspended like stars waiting to be wished upon. The promise of a child, a gift that seemed to spring forth from the depths of a barren soul, shook Zechariah to his core. Gabriel's message was one of rebirth, of hope where hope had long been extinguished. As the priest stumbled through his disbelief, the weight of Gabriel's revelation bore down upon him, igniting a flicker of joy that fought against years of longing. But Gabriel was not done. His mission, it seemed, extended across time and space, uniting the past with a future yet unwritten. He would appear again, this time to a young girl, a humble maiden named Mary. The world was on the brink of an extraordinary transformation, and so it was that Gabriel descended once more with a message that would ripple through eternity. "Hail, Mary, full of grace," he proclaimed, the words a melody of divine purpose. It was a greeting that encapsulated both reverence and urgency. Mary's heart raced as she listened, her mind grasping at the enormity of the announcement. She would bear a child, the Son of God. The weight of such a revelation could crush the spirit of even the strongest among us. Yet Gabriel's presence was both a comfort and a challenge. His assurance echoed in her ears, "For nothing will be impossible with God." In a moment, her life became a tapestry interwoven with the sacred, and she embraced the unimaginable with courage flowing from faith. As the angel's words settled into the marrow of her being, the world outside faded into insignificance. The soft rustle of leaves, the distant sound of laughter, all drowned in the tidal wave of destiny crashing against the shores of her heart. Gabriel stood before her, not just as a messenger, but as a pivotal force, a being who understood the struggle between doubt and belief. Yet the tension in the air was palpable. Gabriel's role was not merely to inspire, it was also to confront. In a world rife with uncertainty, his messages often bore the weight of consequence. Every revelation came attached with a promise but also a challenge. The paths of those who encountered him twisted and turned like a labyrinth, and each choice carried the potential for greatness or despair. In Gabriel's encounters, the duality of his nature emerged. He was fierce and gentle in equal measure. He delivered messages that set hearts on fire, igniting passions previously hidden in the shadows of doubt. Yet he also bore the heavy burden of truth. In the book of Daniel, when Daniel sought understanding of the visions that haunted him, it was Gabriel who ventured forth from the celestial realms, his wings whispering against the unyielding winds of fate. "I have come to give you insight and understanding," he declared, revealing secrets that would shape nations and guide the faithful. Each interaction with Gabriel was a dance between fear and faith, revelation and confusion. Those who dared to listen found themselves at the crossroads of their destiny, pushed to confront the depths of their souls. A soldier, a king, a commoner, none were untouched by his words. Gabriel's whispers echoed through time, challenging humanity to rise above their limitations and embrace the divine potential within. As shadows deepened and the fire flickered low, the stories intertwined, each echoing the profound nature of Gabriel's role. With every message, he wove threads of hope, binding the hearts of humankind to the divine purpose that beckoned from beyond. The tales he spun were not just for the pages of sacred texts. They were etched in the very hearts of those who dared to listen. And so, in the silence that followed his proclamations, the world held its breath, caught between the realms of the ordinary and the extraordinary. Gabriel stood as a sentinel between these worlds, a figure of light amidst the darkness, a beacon of possibility in a landscape filled with doubt. The air thickened with the weight of his presence, and those who had felt his call could never forget the way their lives had shifted on that fateful day. He was more than a messenger. He was the embodiment of hope. With each revelation came the promise of a new dawn, a dawn that would awaken all who dared to believe. Gabriel's essence lingered in the hearts of those who encountered him, a reminder that the divine could touch the human spirit in the most profound ways. And in that moment, as destiny danced in the shadows, the story continued, each heart a verse, each life a chapter, with Gabriel forever entwined in the tapestry of faith and longing. The flames of the fire flickered again, casting light on the path ahead, one filled with as many questions as answers, as many fears as hopes. And the night stretched on, pregnant with the promise of what was yet to come. In the shadowy corridors of ancient Babylon, where towering ziggurats scraped the heavens and the air thickened with incense and secrets, a figure cloaked in mystery moved with purpose. Gabriel, a name that echoed through the ages, stood poised on the edge of the divine, ready to bridge the chasm between heaven and earth. His gaze was piercing, filled with the weight of a message that would shift the very course of history. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, a palpable tension filled the air, an unspoken anticipation of the revelations to come. Daniel, a young man of deep faith, knelt in his chamber, the flickering light of his oil lamp dancing across the scrolls that lay scattered around him. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the haunting visions that had haunted his nights. Strange beasts, towering kingdoms, and cryptic messages swirled in his mind like a tempest. He was a captive, yet his spirit soared, for he had been chosen for a purpose far beyond himself. The weight of destiny rested on his shoulders, and in that moment, he felt a presence. A spark of divine energy that sent goosebumps racing across his skin. And then, like a sudden gust of wind that stirs the fallen leaves, Gabriel appeared. His wings shimmered like silver in the dim light, and his eyes glowed with an otherworldly brilliance. "Oh, Daniel," he spoke, his voice resounding like thunder wrapped in velvet. "You are greatly beloved." Those words pierced the thick fog of uncertainty that shrouded Daniel's heart. He had grappled with fear and doubt, but now, in the face of an angel, he found strength. Gabriel's presence was a balm to his weary soul, igniting a flicker of hope that had long been extinguished by despair. "Understand the vision," Gabriel urged, his tone shifting from gentle to urgent. "What you have seen is not just for you. It is a message for all nations, a prophecy that will echo through the ages." The air around them crackled with energy as the angel unfolded the layers of meaning hidden within the beastly visions. Each symbol, each creature, represented not just kingdoms of men but also the clash of good and evil. Gabriel's explanations swept over Daniel like a mighty wave, and with each word, he felt a deeper connection to the divine plan that wove through the fabric of time. As the night deepened, the weight of Gabriel's revelations pressed down upon Daniel. He was no longer just a boy of Babylon. He was a messenger, a vessel for truths that could alter the fate of nations. Gabriel's role was not merely that of a heavenly guide, but as a relentless warrior standing against the darkness that threatened to overwhelm the world. The angel's fiery passion ignited a flame within Daniel, urging him to rise against the tides of injustice and oppression. "Fear not," Gabriel reassured him, sensing the storm of emotions swirling within the young man. "You stand on sacred ground. Your prayers have been heard, and the time has come for the unveiling of the future. The weight of heaven rests upon your shoulders, and you must deliver this message." The gravity of these words saturated the air, and Daniel felt as though he was teetering on the edge of an abyss, staring into the unknown. Would he be strong enough to fulfill this calling? With shaking hands, Daniel listened intently as Gabriel revealed the timeline of events that would unfold. He spoke of empires rising and falling, of a future king who would reign with an iron fist, and of a final confrontation between light and darkness. Each revelation sliced through the hazy uncertainty, leaving Daniel breathless. The emotional stakes were monumental, and he could feel the weight of every soul that would be affected by these prophecies. Just then, a chilling wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it whispers of the chaos that loomed on the horizon. The air thickened with a sense of urgency as visions of turmoil loomed large in Daniel's mind. Gabriel's face turned grave. The battle was not just in the physical realm but a celestial one, fought tirelessly by angels and demons alike. "You are part of this cosmic struggle," he declared, his voice a fierce echo of divine authority. "Stand firm, for every prayer you utter ripples through the heavens." As the angel spoke, a surge of determination surged through Daniel's veins. He felt a fire ignite in his heart, a resolve that would not be extinguished. The world outside whispered warnings of impending doom, yet within him, hope blazed like a beacon in the night. Gabriel's unwavering gaze seemed to draw him closer to the truth, to a reality that lay just beyond the veil of ordinary existence. The visions continued to unfurl, violent and beautiful, like a tapestry woven with threads of fate. Your heart must be steadfast, for the challenges will come, Gabriel cautioned, his wings fluttering softly as if to reinforce his words. The air around them thickened with emotion as Daniel recognized the gravity of the path laid before him. You are not alone, for I am with you, sent by the Almighty to guide you through the darkness. As Gabriel spoke, a sense of solidarity enveloped them, binding angel and prophet in a mission that transcended time and space. In that moment, the weight of the world seemed to shift. The heart of Daniel raced, caught between fear and an exhilarating sense of purpose. Gabriel's wings unfurled, catching the flickering light, illuminating the way forward. The angel stood not just as a messenger but as a protector, a warrior in the celestial court, his purpose intertwined with Daniel's in ways that would ripple across generations. With each heartbeat, the urgency grew, pulling Daniel closer to the precipice of his calling. The visions danced before him, vivid and raw, each a story waiting to be told, each a life hanging in the balance. Gabriel's presence lent power to his voice, and a sense of unbreakable resolve washed over him. The message needed to be shared, and the darkness that loomed felt less daunting with the angelic assurance by his side. The night stretched on, heavy with anticipation, and the world outside continued to spin, unaware of the monumental shift taking place in the silent chamber. As dawn approached, casting a soft glow upon the land, Daniel felt the pulse of history quicken beneath him. Gabriel's role was far from finished. With every word exchanged, the path ahead grew clearer, yet the challenges loomed larger. The weight of prophecy, the beauty of hope, and the burden of truth intertwined within him, creating a tapestry of emotion that would propel him to the forefront of a battle that spanned beyond earthly realms. The stage was set, and as the first rays of light pierced the darkness, the true story was just beginning to unfold. In a small, dimly lit room, an elderly priest named Zechariah stood trembling. The flickering oil lamp cast dancing shadows against the stone walls, and the air felt electric, heavy with anticipation. Outside, the world went about its business, oblivious to the extraordinary unfolding just a heartbeat away. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the gloom, illuminating the space with an otherworldly glow. Zechariah gasped, heart racing, as an angel, a being of pure radiance, appeared before him. This was no ordinary visitor. This was Gabriel, the messenger of God. Gabriel stood tall and majestic, his presence radiating a sense of authority and peace. The air crackled with heavenly energy, and Zechariah, overwhelmed, fell to the ground, fear gripping him like a vice. Gabriel, with a voice both comforting and commanding, spoke words that would change history. Do not be afraid, Zechariah, for your prayer has been heard. He brought forth news that would ripple through time, the promise of a son, John, who would prepare the way for something greater. This moment was not just a casual encounter. It was a divine orchestration, a blueprint of hope drawn from the heavens. In that ancient land of Judea, where the rustle of olive trees whispered secrets of old, a new chapter was about to begin. Gabriel's role as a messenger was profound, transcending boundaries and expectations. He was not merely delivering news. He was igniting a flame of faith in a world shrouded in doubt. Weeks later, another scene unfolded. A young woman named Mary, at first glance an ordinary girl from Nazareth, was about to become the vessel of an extraordinary promise. As she quietly went about her daily tasks, Gabriel appeared before her with the same luminous presence. The air felt heavy with destiny as he greeted her. "Hail, favored one, the Lord is with you." Mary, startled, looked up into the eyes of the celestial being, confusion mingling with awe. Gabriel's message was just as monumental as the one he had shared with Zechariah. You will conceive and bear a son, and you will call him Jesus. In those words lay the weight of the world, the anticipated Messiah who would change the course of humanity. The room seemed to shimmer around them, as if the very walls held their breath. Mary's heart raced, her mind spinning with questions and fears, yet her spirit soared at the profound promise. Gabriel, sensing her trepidation, continued, "For nothing will be impossible with God." With that, he bestowed upon her not just the news of a miraculous birth, but the courage to embrace her destiny. In the quiet embrace of that humble room, Gabriel had become more than a messenger. He was a bridge between heaven and earth. His solemn duty was to convey the sacred will of God, to transform fear into faith. The very essence of hope flowed through him, igniting hearts and minds, propelling them into uncharted territories. As the days turned into months, whispers of Gabriel's messages traveled through dusty streets and crowded marketplaces. Stories of the angelic encounters spread like wildfire, igniting hope and stirring faith in the hearts of many. Those who heard of Mary's miraculous conception marveled. They speculated, they questioned, but the seed of belief was planted. Gabriel's words had woven themselves into the fabric of their lives, a reminder that the divine could break into the mundane. Gabriel's presence was not confined to these two pivotal moments. He was an integral part of the unfolding narrative. His next appearance would echo through the years, guiding and protecting those chosen to carry out God's purpose. As the time for John's birth approached, Gabriel once again stepped onto the stage of history, ensuring that the world was ready for the Messiah. The air hummed with tension, a sense of urgency marking each encounter as he prepared the way for the radical change that was to come. In the stillness of the night, shepherds tending their flocks outside Bethlehem were jolted from their routine by an explosion of light in the sky. The heavens opened, and Gabriel appeared once more, his voice reverberating like thunder yet soothing like a gentle breeze. "Do not be afraid, for behold, I bring you good news of great joy that will be for all the people." The shepherds, rugged and weary, felt their hearts quicken with excitement. This was not just a message for the religious elite or the powerful. This was a proclamation meant for every heart longing for redemption. As Gabriel declared the birth of the Savior, the air around them shimmered with a choir of angels, their melodious voices weaving a tapestry of joy and hope. "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace among those with whom he is pleased." The shepherds, filled with awe, hurried to see the miraculous sight in Bethlehem. Their lives were forever altered, their spirits ignited by the angelic announcement. Gabriel's mission was clear: to awaken faith in humble hearts and to remind everyone of the divine love that permeated their existence. Yet, the echoes of Gabriel's messages did not stop there. Throughout the New Testament, his influence lingered, guiding believers in their journeys of faith. He was a reminder that the divine was not distant but intimately involved in the lives of ordinary people. Each encounter with Gabriel was a heartbeat in the divine rhythm of history, a reminder that God was at work, even in the shadows. As the narrative unfolded, the stories of Gabriel became woven into the fabric of faith, anticipation building as the world awaited the culmination of the divine promise. Each character embraced the gifts bestowed upon them, their lives intertwined with the heavenly messenger who had come to guide them through uncertainty. Gabriel had not just delivered messages. He had infused life with hope, igniting a flame that would burn brightly through the ages. In the stillness that followed the angelic proclamation, the shepherds, now transformed by the encounter, rushed toward Bethlehem, hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. They carried with them the weight of Gabriel's message, a spark of divine hope ready to ignite the world. The air around them shimmered with possibilities, a new dawn on the horizon. As they stepped into the unknown, forever marked by the presence of the angel who had whispered God's promises into their ordinary lives. In a time long ago, in a quiet town called Nazareth, a stillness hung over the dusty streets like a thick veil. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden rays that danced through the olive groves. It was in this moment of serene beauty that a life-changing message was about to unfold. The air shimmered with a tension that crackled like static, whispering promises of extraordinary events to come. Within a modest home, a young woman named Mary sat alone, her fingers nervously weaving through the threads of a simple tapestry. She was not of grand lineage. She was a humble girl, perhaps 16, with dreams woven from the fabric of a quiet life. Yet, her heart brimmed with a faith that had been nurtured since childhood, a faith that spoke of a God who listened, a God who saw. The evening light painted soft shadows on her face, reflecting a soul both tender and strong. Unaware of the divine encounter waiting just beyond her door, suddenly, an overwhelming silence fell. The world outside seemed to hold its breath. Then, as if pulled from the very depths of heaven, a figure appeared, radiant and awe-inspiring. Gabriel, the angel of the Lord, stood before her. His presence so luminous that it was as if the sun itself had walked into her home. His wings shimmered, catching the dying light, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the room. The air pulsed with energy, and in that moment, Mary felt a rush of emotions. Fear, wonder, disbelief, all swirling within her like a storm. "Do not be afraid, Mary," Gabriel said, his voice like a soft melody, filling the space with warmth and reassurance. "You have found favor with God." Each word was carefully chosen, layered with profound meaning. He spoke of a child who would be born, a child who would change the world forever. The promise hung in the air, heavy with anticipation and the weight of destiny. Mary's heart raced. What could this mean? She was betrothed to Joseph, a carpenter, a good man with rough hands and a gentle spirit. Their future was planned, a simple life filled with love and laughter. Yet, here was this celestial being, unraveling a tapestry of fate that she had never imagined. "How can this be?" she asked, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. "I am a virgin." Gabriel's gaze softened, and for a fleeting moment, she saw something profound in his eyes, an understanding that transcended time and space. "The Holy Spirit will come upon you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you," he replied. "The child to be born will be holy. He will be called the Son of God." The words resonated within her, igniting a flicker of belief amid her fear. This was not just a dream. This was a divine appointment, a call to something greater. Mary thought of her people, the weight of their expectations, the burdens they carried. In a land under Roman rule, where hope often seemed like a distant star, could she, a simple girl, be the vessel for such a monumental change? The uncertainty wrapped around her like a cold mist. And yet, in that moment of doubt, a spark ignited within her soul, a whisper of faith that told her to trust. As she looked into Gabriel's eyes, the reality of her situation began to unfold. A life filled with challenges, scorn, and danger. A child born out of wedlock could mean ostracization, and she could face the severe consequences of the law. But even the fear of rejection paled against the promise of a love that would transcend all boundaries. The thought of bringing forth the Messiah sent chills down her spine. "I am the Lord's servant," she finally said, her voice steady, infused with a strength she didn't know she possessed. "May your word to me be fulfilled." In that simple act of surrender, she embraced her destiny, offering herself to a plan far beyond her understanding. Her heart swelled with a mix of joy and trepidation, a thrilling roller coaster of emotions that left her breathless. Gabriel's expression brightened, a smile breaking through the divine seriousness of his presence. "For nothing will be impossible with God," he proclaimed, and as he spoke, the words echoed in the recesses of her mind, painting a vision of hope against the backdrop of uncertainty. With that, the angel began to fade, but the energy of the moment lingered, wrapping itself around her like a warm embrace. Left alone once more, Mary gazed into the distance, her mind racing with thoughts of the future. What would it mean to carry this child? What would she say to Joseph? Would he understand? Each question felt like a wave crashing against her heart, a mix of exhilaration and fear that threatened to overwhelm her. Yet, deep within, a resilient flame flickered, igniting a passion for faith that she had never known existed. Outside, the world continued its rhythm, unaware of the sacred moment that had just transpired. The stars began to twinkle in the night sky, each one a reminder of the divine light that was to come. The promise of a Savior was not just for her. It was for all people, for those weary and lost in darkness. As the shadows deepened, Mary felt the weight of her decision settle in. This was no ordinary path. It was one paved with sacrifice, love, and unfathomable joy. The air was thick with promise, and she could almost hear the whispers of angels celebrating the miracle to unfold. She allowed herself to breathe, to embrace the unknown, feeling the hope rise within her like the dawn breaking over a long, cold night. Yet, even as she stood on the precipice of this wondrous journey, a new tension stirred in her heart. She sensed the world outside her door was about to change forever, and there was no turning back. She clutched the tapestry in her hands, the threads representing her life, now irrevocably tangled with a divine plan. The weight of it all began to settle in, and she took a deep breath, for the next chapter awaited just beyond the threshold, where the silent streets whispered secrets of ancient prophecies and awaited the arrival of the one who would bring hope to the hopeless. In her heart, she knew the journey had only just begun. In a humble town nestled among the rolling hills of Judea, the air was thick with anticipation. A young girl named Mary, barely 16, stood in her modest home, her heart pounding like a war drum. Outside, the world bustled with the ordinary rhythm of life. Merchants called their wares, children chased each other in the dusty streets, and the scent of warm bread wafted through the air. Yet within Mary, something extraordinary was stirring, something unseen but palpably felt, a whisper of destiny. On that fateful day, the sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that flickered like the hopes and dreams of an entire generation. Little did Mary know, she was about to become the focal point of a divine plan, one that would echo through the ages. It was a moment charged with suspense, as time seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the arrival of a messenger from the heavens. And then, as if the very heavens themselves had parted, he appeared, Gabriel, the angel of God. With wings shimmering like dew-kissed petals, Gabriel descended, aglow with an otherworldly light that filled the room. Mary's heart raced, fear and awe intertwined in her chest. It was not merely his appearance that struck her, but the weight of the moment. He stood before her, a celestial being, yet there was a gentleness in his presence that instantly calmed the storm within her. "Do not be afraid," he said, his voice resonating with a soothing melody that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. "You have found favor with God." Gabriel's words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. As he spoke of a child who would be born, a child destined to change the world, Mary's thoughts raced. "How can this be?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "I am a virgin." But Gabriel, confident and resolute, smiled as if he held the very secrets of the universe within him. "The Holy Spirit will come upon you," he explained, "and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. Therefore, the child to be born will be holy. He will be called the Son of God." The world outside faded into a blur, and in that moment, time stood still. Mary felt the weight of the angel's words seep into her very being. A child, the Son of God, was to be born through her. The implications were staggering, the responsibility immense. And yet, in the depths of her heart, she knew she could not turn away from this divine calling. But Gabriel's mission was not merely to deliver a message. He was a harbinger of hope. As he shared the news of Elizabeth, Mary's relative, who was pregnant in her old age, he painted a picture of possibility. "For nothing will be impossible with God," he proclaimed, igniting a flicker of faith within her. In that moment, Mary could feel the walls around her heart begin to crumble, replaced by the warmth of something far greater than fear: faith. "Behold, I am the servant of the Lord," Mary finally replied, a tremor in her voice that spoke of both uncertainty and fierce determination. "Let it be to me according to your word." Her acceptance was not just an affirmation. It was a leap into the unknown. Gabriel's heart swelled with pride. In that instant, he saw the strength of a young woman willing to embrace her divine purpose, despite the shadows of doubt that lingered on the edges of her mind. With a graceful nod, Gabriel prepared to depart, but he lingered just a moment longer, knowing the path ahead would not be an easy one for Mary. The world outside was fraught with challenges: whispers of scandal, potential rejection, and the specter of uncertainty. Yet, he had delivered the promise of God, a promise that would ripple through history and bring light to a world shrouded in darkness. As he ascended, The last glimmers of his light dissolved into the sky, leaving Mary standing alone in her room, a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation coursing through her veins. She was no longer just a girl from Nazareth. She had become part of a tapestry woven by the hands of the divine, a story that would echo through the ages. Days turned into weeks, and the weight of her secret felt both liberating and burdensome. Mary moved through her days with a sense of purpose, yet the eyes of the world felt heavy upon her shoulders. The whispers began. Curious glances turned into pointed fingers and hushed conversations. Yet, through it all, the memory of Gabriel's visit flickered like a candle in the dark corners of her heart, reminding her of the divine promise. And then, when the time was right, Mary journeyed to visit her relative Elizabeth, the one who had shared in the miraculous. The reunion was electric. As soon as Elizabeth heard Mary's voice, the child within her leaped for joy. Elizabeth, filled with the Holy Spirit, exclaimed, "Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb." In that moment, the burdens of doubt began to lift, replaced by an unshakable bond of faith and joy. Gabriel's role, however, was far from over. He had ignited a flame that would soon catch fire in the hearts of many. His message, delivered with the authority of heaven, had set in motion a series of events that would change the course of history. The world awaited the arrival of the child, and with every passing day, the anticipation grew. In the shadows, angels watched, their hearts aligned with the unfolding drama, ready to celebrate the miracle that was about to unfold. As the time drew near, the skies above Bethlehem began to shimmer with an ethereal light, a sign that the divine was at work. A star, brighter than any other, had taken its place in the night sky, heralding the birth of a king. And in that moment, Gabriel knew he would soon return, not as a messenger, but as a witness to the miracle that would unite heaven and earth in a tapestry woven with love, hope, and redemption. The desert sun hung low in the sky, painting the horizon in shades of gold and crimson. In a quiet cave on Mount Hira, a man named Muhammad sat in deep contemplation, his heart heavy with thoughts that swirled like the winds outside. The world around him felt distant, and he sought solace in the shadows, yearning for answers to questions that haunted his very soul. Little did he know that the moment of his transformation was imminent, a moment that would ripple through time and space, igniting the hearts of millions. In that sacred silence, as darkness enveloped the cave, the air began to shimmer with an electric energy. Suddenly, a presence filled the space, majestic and awe-inspiring. The light brightened, not blinding but illuminating, as if the very essence of divine truth had descended into that humble abode. Gabriel, known as Jibril, stood there, towering and radiant, his wings spanning like the horizon itself. Each feather glistened with a brilliance that defied earthly description, and his eyes held the depth of galaxies, reflecting the weight of 1,000 messages yet to be revealed. "Read," Jibril commanded, his voice a thunderous whisper that echoed through the cave and struck Muhammad's heart like lightning. Doubt mingled with fear as Muhammad, trembling, replied, "I cannot read." In that moment, Jibril wrapped his powerful arms around him, pulling him close, infusing him with strength and purpose. It was a moment of sheer vulnerability, yet the weight of divine duty pressed upon his shoulders. The angel released him, only to repeat the command, "Read." This was no ordinary encounter. It was a collision of the celestial and the earthly, the mortal and the immortal. Each repetition of "read" felt like a hammer striking an anvil, forging a new path for humanity, one that had been foretold but never before realized. The cave, once merely a refuge from the world, transformed into a sacred space, a meeting point between God and man. In that instant, time suspended itself, and the air thickened with destiny. As Muhammad finally grasped the words that poured forth from his lips, they came alive, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. "In the name of your Lord who created," he recited, his voice growing stronger with each syllable. It was as if the very essence of creation was flowing through him, a river of knowledge and truth. Jibril, with his celestial form, watched with an expression of pride and anticipation. The angel knew that this was just the beginning, the first thread in a tapestry that would stretch across the ages. Tears welled in Muhammad's eyes, not just from fear, but from the sheer weight of what he was being entrusted with. The revelations poured into him, cascading like a waterfall, each drop bursting with significance. His heart raced as he grasped the unfathomable task laid before him, to deliver a message of hope, guidance, and love that would surpass every boundary. It was the birth of a new era, a call to the people who had lost their way, drowning in ignorance and despair. Yet, within the splendor of that moment, shadows flickered at the edges of Muhammad's mind. Would he be believed? Would his people accept this truth that surged through him like a flame? Gabriel, sensing his turmoil, stepped closer, his voice soothing yet powerful. "You are not alone. The world may be dark, but you carry the light. Trust in your purpose." And with those words, the angel's wings unfurled, sending a shiver down Muhammad's spine, a reminder of the divine mission that awaited him. As the light in the cave began to fade, Gabriel prepared to depart, but not before imparting one last message, a promise of support and guidance. "Whenever you feel lost, remember, I will be there." Just as suddenly as he had appeared, the angel vanished, leaving behind an echo of his presence that lingered in the air, palpable and profound. The cave was silent once more, yet it buzzed with the energy of a universe forever changed. Muhammad stepped out into the cool evening air, the fading sunlight casting long shadows on the rocky terrain. The world around him looked the same, yet everything felt different. He was a vessel now, brimming with divine knowledge, and a weight rested heavily on his shoulders. The people of Quraysh, the tribe he cherished, were still caught in their ways, mired in disbelief and ignorance. How would they accept him? Would they turn away, or would they listen? As he walked back to his home, doubts lingered like ghosts, but the fire of belief ignited within him. His heart thrummed with purpose. He was not just a man anymore, he was a messenger, an instrument of the divine. In the days that followed, he would begin to speak, to share what he had received, to open the eyes of those who were blind to the truth. In the heart of Mecca, the bustling markets and the sacred Kaaba would soon bear witness to the words that would challenge the very foundations of society. The whispers of his encounters with Gabriel would ripple through the streets, igniting curiosity and skepticism alike. "Who is this man?" they would ask. "What has he seen?" With each passing day, the tension grew, a storm brewing under the surface, ready to erupt. The cries of disbelief would ring out, and the elite of Quraysh would gather, plotting to silence the voice of change. But Muhammad would stand firm, bolstered by the memory of Jibril's presence, his heart unwavering. He was no mere man. He was the bearer of divine wisdom, and he would not falter. The world was poised on the edge of transformation, and as the sun set on the horizon, casting long shadows over the sands, the tale of Gabriel's appearance was just the prologue to an epic that would unfold. A saga of faith, courage, and the relentless pursuit of truth. The angel's message had ignited a fire, and that fire would spread, touching every corner of the earth and transcending time itself. The echoes of that first encounter would resonate through the ages, fueling a movement that would change the course of history forever. A hush falls over the vast desert, where the sun dips low, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson. In the stillness, a figure stands alone, his heart racing, a mixture of fear and awe flooding his senses. This is Muhammad, a man chosen to receive a message that would reshape the world. As the winds whisper secrets through the sands, a presence emerges from the shadows, a being so radiant that the very air seems to shimmer with divine energy. This is Gabriel, the Archangel, a bridge between the earthly and the celestial, a messenger of power and grace. Gabriel's presence is overwhelming, a blend of light and strength. Strikingly beautiful, he embodies the essence of what it means to deliver the word of God. The atmosphere crackles with anticipation as he approaches. Each step is deliberate, each movement graceful, exuding an intensity that makes the heart pound. The moment he speaks, it is as if the universe aligns, and the silence of the desert is shattered by the importance of his words. Read, he commands, and in this single instruction lies the weight of history, the birth of a revelation that would guide millions. The significance of Gabriel in the Quran stretches far beyond the initial encounter. It threads through the very fabric of faith itself. He is not merely a messenger. He is a symbol of divine communication, the one who carries revelations from the heavens to the humblest of hearts. Through him, Allah's words flow like a river of wisdom, each verse a droplet that nourishes the soul. Gabriel's connection to the Quran is profound, acting as the conduit through which the sacred text descends to humanity. As the revelations unfold, so too does the legacy of Gabriel. He visits not just Muhammad, but others before him, a divine presence that has traversed time and space. Each story he has touched bears the mark of his intervention, a testament to his role in the spiritual lineage of mankind. From the moment he brought the first verses to Muhammad in that sacred cave, Gabriel has been etched in the minds and hearts of believers, a constant reminder of God's mercy and guidance. Emotions surge as the truth settles in. Gabriel is the embodiment of hope. For those in despair, he represents the promise of redemption. For the lost, he is a beacon of light. His very name means the strength of God, and it carries with it the weight of divine purpose. The Quran, revealed through Gabriel, is not just a book. It is a lifeline, a source of inspiration that continues to transform lives across the globe. With every recitation, every prayer, the air is filled with his essence, binding the community of believers through shared faith and collective yearning for understanding. The stories of Gabriel in the Quran resonate with humanity's deepest struggles and triumphs. He stands beside prophets, empowering them to fulfill their destinies. The weight of his presence is felt in the pages of history, where he inspires courage in the face of adversity. It's said that he descended to aid Moses, whispering strength and resolve as he faced Pharaoh, a tyrant with a heart as hard as stone. In those moments, Gabriel is not just a figure of light. He is the embodiment of perseverance, urging the faithful to stand against oppression. Time and again, Gabriel's role evolves, yet the essence remains unchanged. He is the protector, the warrior of light in battles fought not only on the physical plane but also in the hearts of men. His wings, said to stretch across the horizons, symbolize the vastness of divine mercy, reminding all who believe that they are never alone, no matter how dark the night may seem. As he carries revelations to the hearts of those chosen, the world holds its breath, for each message is a divine decree, a call to action and reflection. History breathes through the verses of the Quran, where Gabriel's influence is woven seamlessly. The messages he delivers are timeless, confronting the challenges of the human spirit with profound simplicity and depth. The beauty of these revelations is not just in their eloquence, but in their applicability to the struggles of daily life. For every tear shed, Gabriel offers solace through divine wisdom, reminding the faithful of the love that underpins existence. The spiritual connection between Gabriel and humanity is palpable, pulsing with a rhythm that echoes through time. Each individual who whispers the words of the Quran feels a flutter of Gabriel's wings, an unseen embrace that wraps around the soul. It is this connection that sparks hearts into action, inspiring the pursuit of justice, compassion, and understanding. In the shadows of Gabriel's influence, the echoes of devotion resonate. He appears in dreams and visions, guiding those who seek knowledge and truth. His whispers are soft, yet they carry the weight of the universe. He brings the light of understanding to those lost in ignorance and despair, a guiding star in the darkest of nights. As the desert sun sets, the palpable energy of Gabriel lingers in the air, a reminder of the divine communication that continues to flow through the hearts of believers. His presence transforms ordinary moments into sacred encounters, where every recitation of the Quran is a dance between the heavens and the earth. The legacy of Gabriel is not just in the past. It pulses in the present, a living testament to the power of faith, the strength of love, and the unyielding hope that binds humanity together. And as one contemplates the depth of Gabriel's significance, the world continues to spin, carrying with it the stories of those touched by his light. Each story, each heart, a thread in the grand tapestry of faith, woven together by the enduring message of the Quran. The night deepens, and somewhere, a voice rises in prayer, echoing the words of Gabriel, igniting the flames of belief anew. In a still, quiet cave on the outskirts of Mecca, where the air was thick with anticipation and shadows danced softly across the stone walls, a moment was about to unfold that would change the course of history forever. The world outside bustled with the noise of traders and families, yet within this cavern, a profound silence reigned, broken only by the sound of a heartbeat. It belonged to a man named Muhammad, who had often sought solitude amidst the chaos of life, reflecting on his surroundings and the injustices he perceived in his society. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the coolness of the evening enveloped him. Little did he know, the flicker of a divine light was about to pierce through the darkness. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence filled the cave, a rush of energy that made his skin tingle. It was as though the very air was charged with electricity, altering the fabric of reality around him. Muhammad felt an unexplainable pull, a calling that resonated deep within his soul. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged. It was Gabriel, the Archangel, whose name was whispered in fear and reverence. His countenance radiated a heavenly glow, and his wings, vast and majestic, seemed to stretch beyond the cave's confines. The mere sight of him sent shivers down Muhammad's spine. Here stood a being not of this world, a messenger sent by the Creator himself. "Read," Gabriel commanded, his voice resonating like thunder yet wrapped in the gentleness of a summer breeze. The word echoed against the cave walls, a divine decree that pierced through the haze of uncertainty that enveloped Muhammad. But how could he read? He was illiterate, a humble man who had never held the weight of letters in his hands. This was not just a simple request. It was an invitation to a journey that would transcend time and space. "I cannot read," Muhammad replied, his voice trembling. Fear gripped him. What did this divine being want from him? The weight of expectation seemed to crush the air from his lungs. Yet Gabriel, undeterred, pressed on. "Read, in the name of your Lord who created." With those words, the world around them began to dissolve, and a torrent of knowledge surged through Muhammad's mind. He felt the words stitched together into sentences, messages that poured forth like a rushing river, each word saturated with meaning. Created man from a clot, the verses unveiled, revealing the very essence of humanity and its connection to the divine. Tears streamed down Muhammad's cheeks as he grasped the enormity of what was being revealed. The first revelation, a gift from the heavens, was filled with clarity and purpose. It spoke of compassion, justice, and the oneness of God, a call to awaken the hearts of men who had long turned away from the truth. The tension in the air was palpable. The cave itself seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the monumental shift that was taking place. As Gabriel continued, the verses unfolded like petals of a flower, revealing the beauty of creation and the responsibilities bestowed upon mankind. Muhammad's heart raced with each word, resonating with a truth that felt both foreign and deeply familiar. The warmth of divine love enveloped him, yet a sense of foreboding lingered. He was chosen for a mission that would not only challenge him but also those around him. The initial shock of the encounter began to fade, replaced by a deep yearning to share what he had experienced. But as quickly as the revelations came, they left him with an overwhelming weight of responsibility. The angel's presence loomed, powerful and magnificent, yet he sensed the burden of what lay ahead. The world outside would not be ready for the truth that was about to unfold. Gabriel's voice resonated in his ears, filling him with strength. "You are to guide your people, to bring them back to the one who created them." In that moment, Muhammad felt the full depth of his calling. A shepherd to the lost, a beacon of light in the darkness that engulfed his society. The vision of a world united in faith flared like a candle in the night, igniting a spark of hope that lit the path ahead. As the last of the verses faded into the stillness of the cave, Gabriel's form shimmered like a mirage. He hovered for a moment, his eyes filled with a mix of compassion and resolve, before he vanished into the shadows from whence he came. Muhammad, left alone in the cave, trembled as a wave of emotion washed over him. Fear, hope, and exhilaration intertwined in his heart. He was now a vessel of divine revelation, a man marked by destiny. But as the echo of the angel's voice faded, a chilling doubt began to creep into his mind. What would people say? How would they receive his message? The weight of the world pressed down upon him, a heavy cloak of uncertainty. Would he be embraced as a prophet or labeled a madman? The thought raced through his mind, a storm of anxiety that threatened to engulf him whole. Yet deep within, a flicker of confidence ignited, fueled by the truth he had witnessed. He could not turn away from this calling, for it was ingrained in the very fibers of his being. The burden was heavy, but the light of revelation burned bright within him, a flame that could not be extinguished. As he emerged from the cave, the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating the sky with a brilliant palette of colors. It was as if the universe itself celebrated this new beginning. The streets of Mecca still pulsed with life, but now they felt different, charged with the promise of change. Muhammad stepped into this world transformed, ready to embark on a journey that would challenge everything he knew and ignite a movement that echoed through the ages. Every soul he encountered would soon feel the tremors of the truth he carried. The verses would find their way to the hearts of thousands, igniting flames of faith that would spread like wildfire. And as the sun rose higher, casting light on the shadows of disbelief and ignorance, the world held its breath for what was to come. The dawn of a new era, shaped by the revelations whispered in a cave, where heaven met earth and a prophet was born. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over ancient landscapes, whispers of Gabriel danced through the air, echoing in the hearts of those who believed. In a world where the divine and earthly intertwined, the Archangel Gabriel stood as a bridge between realms. His presence felt not just in sacred texts, but in the ethereal writings that dared to tread where the canonical dared not. In the dusty scrolls of history, where the forgotten and the forbidden lay hidden, Gabriel emerged in unexpected places. One could almost hear the rustling of parchment as scholars unearthed tales that defied the confines of accepted scripture. His name, a mere breath on the lips of those yearning for divine connection, resonated with a haunting melody that lingered long after the words were spoken. Among the apocryphal texts, the Gospel of Nicodemus sparked intrigue and curiosity. Here, Gabriel appeared not just as a messenger but as a fierce warrior of God, wielding his authority with a grace that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The scene unfolded with vivid intensity. Bound in chains, the souls of the damned awaited their fate in darkness, trembling at the sound of Gabriel's mighty voice. "Come forth," he commanded, and as if the very earth quaked beneath him, the gates of hell shuddered in response. Those words held power like lightning, a flash of divine intervention that illuminated the shadows. But what did it mean to be Gabriel, the bringer of revelations? In the Book of Enoch, a text shrouded in mystery, the narrative tightened around his essence. Here, he was not just a figure cloaked in luminescent glory but a guardian of wisdom, tasked with the heavy burden of guiding lost souls through the abyss. Enoch's encounters with Gabriel painted a picture of an archangel who bore the weight of his mission with deep compassion. It was not merely about delivering messages. It was about understanding the plight of humanity, feeling their pain, their sorrows, and their longings. One could envision Gabriel standing at the edge of the heavens, his brilliant wings stretched wide, ready to descend into the tumultuous world below. The air crackled with energy as he prepared to deliver the news that would change lives forever. Would it be a warning of impending doom or a whisper of hope? Either way, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, inviting all who dared to listen. As the pages turned in ancient libraries, the secrets of the apocalypse of Abraham unfolded, revealing a Gabriel who was both a guide and a companion on a journey of faith. The story of Abraham, filled with trials and tribulations, became a canvas for Gabriel's divine intervention. Picture the moment when the heavens opened and Gabriel, radiant and majestic, stood beside the weary patriarch, reassuring him that he was not alone. "Fear not, for I am here," he declared, his voice a balm to Abraham's restless spirit. The bond between them was palpable, a testament to the divine connection that transcended time and space. And then there was the Testament of Solomon, where Gabriel's presence loomed large in the struggle against evil spirits. The archangel wielded a unique power, capturing the attention of the demon Asmodeus. With each incantation, with every sacred symbol drawn, Gabriel embodied the struggle between light and darkness. The tension hung heavy in the air, a battle of wills where the fate of souls teetered on the brink. Gabriel's strength was not just in his might. It was in his unwavering commitment to protect, to guide, and to illuminate the path for those lost in despair. As one stands on the precipice of such narratives, the stories pulse with life, breathing in the echoes of the past. Gabriel's involvement in these apocryphal accounts speaks to a universal yearning for connection, for understanding, and for a glimmer of hope in the darkest moments. The archangel's presence pulsates with emotion, stirring something deep within the soul of every reader. Each encounter draws them closer, igniting an insatiable curiosity about the unseen forces that shape existence. In the midst of these tales, the prayers of the faithful rang clear. Gabriel was not just a messenger. He was a listener, a silent partner in the struggles of humanity. As people sought answers, they felt the weight of his gaze, as if he was standing by their side, urging them to persevere. It was in the desperate pleas for guidance that his presence became tangible, wrapping around the hearts of believers like a comforting embrace. From these apocryphal texts, the line between myth and reality blurred, as Gabriel became woven into the very fabric of belief. His role transcended the boundaries of written word. He became an archetype of hope, a beacon for those wandering through the valleys of doubt and despair. The stories of Gabriel resonated across time and culture, finding their way into the dreams and hearts of countless individuals. The pages of history turned, and as the stories of Gabriel continued to unfold, the air thickened with promise. Just as the sun rises each day, illuminating hidden truths, so too did the narratives of the archangel illuminate the hearts of those yearning for connection with the divine. As the ink dried on ancient scrolls, it became clear that Gabriel's essence was destined to outlive the ages, a haunting reminder of the divine presence that watches over the human experience. Each mention of Gabriel in those sacred yet forbidden texts sent shivers down the spine. Echoes of flapping wings resonated in the silence of the night as readers felt an otherworldly pull, an invitation to look deeper and reflect on their own lives. The archangel's story was not just a historical account. It became a living narrative, forever etching itself into the consciousness of those who sought solace in the arms of the divine. And as the sun rose on a new day, casting light on the sins and hopes of mankind, the saga of Gabriel remained unfinished, a story ever unfolding. The whispers of his presence would ripple through the ages, urging those who listened to seek out the divine in their own lives, to recognize the archangel's call in the silence of their hearts. With every revelation, with every prayer, the connection deepened, leaving behind a trail of wonder and anticipation that would linger long after the words were spoken. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit study, shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets of ancient wisdom. A figure hunched over an aged tome, his fingers tracing the delicate script, each letter pulsating with the weight of centuries. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very walls held their breath, waiting for the revelation of a name that echoed through the ages. Gabriel. Gabriel, an archangel, carried a significance that transcended the mere boundaries of belief. In Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, he was more than a celestial being. He was a force, an embodiment of divine power. His name meant "God is my strength," and it was a name that rang through the heavens like a clarion call. The mystics, scribes, and scholars of old recorded tales of his presence, each story more mesmerizing than the last. Gabriel was the angel of justice and mercy, a paradox that invoked both fear and hope. When he appeared, the air crackled with energy. It was said that he bore the weight of the world's sins, offering solace to those who sought atonement while wielding a sword of flames to protect the innocent. His duality made him a figure of fascination, his essence a swirling dance of righteousness intertwined with the fragility of the human soul. In one particular tale, a humble rabbi pored over sacred scrolls in a quiet village. Night after night, he prayed fervently for guidance, his spirit weighed down by the burdens of his community. One fateful night, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, Gabriel descended, cloaked in a luminous glow. The rabbi, startled yet mesmerized, fell to his knees, heart racing. Gabriel's voice was like thunder and silk, a resonance that filled the tiny room. "Fear not," he proclaimed, the air shimmering with his presence. "Your prayers have been heard." The rabbi felt a rush of warmth, as if wrapped in a divine embrace. In that moment, he understood that Gabriel was not merely a celestial messenger. He was the bridge between heaven and earth, a guide who brought clarity amid chaos. And yet, with every comforting word, there lay a weight of responsibility, a reminder that mercy without justice was a dangerous thing. This delicate balance was echoed in the teachings of Kabbalah, where Gabriel was intricately woven into the fabric of creation itself. He was associated with the Sephira of Gevurah, or strength, representing the discipline necessary to guide humanity towards righteousness. Each time his name was uttered, a shiver of recognition swept through the generations. To call upon Gabriel was to summon the courage to face the trials of existence, to seek truth in a world often clouded by illusion. The mystics believed that Gabriel walked among them, cloaked in the mundane, yet his essence shimmered just beneath the surface. In the heart of a bustling market, a merchant found himself overwhelmed by despair. His goods had plummeted in value, and with each passing day, the weight of his failures pressed harder upon his chest. As he wandered through the throngs of people, a stranger approached him, eyes twinkling with an otherworldly light. "Do not lose hope," the stranger murmured, his words wrapping around the merchant like a protective shroud. "Keep faith in the path you walk." As the stranger disappeared into the crowd, the merchant felt an inexplicable surge of strength. Was it Gabriel who had ventured into the marketplace, cloaked in the guise of a simple man? The thought lingered, electrifying his spirit and igniting a flicker of hope in his heart. Gabriel also served as a harbinger of prophecy, a figure who inspired the sages and seers of the past. In the ancient texts, he appeared before the great prophets, delivering messages that would shape the course of history. His presence was a reminder that the divine was not distant. It was woven into the very fabric of life, urging humanity to listen, to reflect, and to heed the call of their own souls. During a time of crisis, when despair hung heavy in the air, a young prophet in Jerusalem sought Gabriel's guidance. He climbed the sacred mountain, calling out into the vast expanse of the sky. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of orange and purple across the heavens, Gabriel materialized, his wings unfurling like a radiant tapestry. "Your voice carries the weight of your people," he intoned, each word resonating with the pulse of the universe. "Speak truth, and the world shall listen." The young prophet's heart raced as he felt a surge of power course through him. How could one simple voice alter the fate of a nation? Yet in that moment, he understood that Gabriel was not merely an angel. He was an incarnation of divine potential, urging humanity to rise above their limitations. As history unfolded, Gabriel remained a constant presence, his significance echoing in the corridors of time. He was invoked in prayers and rituals, his name whispered in reverence and awe. The ancient sages believed that through understanding Gabriel, one could access the very essence of divine love and strength. Each story woven into the tapestry of his existence added another layer, a thread that connected the mystical with the practical, the divine with the human experience. In an age of chaos, where despair threatened to engulf the hearts of many, the tales of Gabriel breathed life into weary souls. His presence reminded them that they were never alone, that the divine reached out in moments of need, cloaked in mystery and grace. The flickering candles in that dimly lit study bore witness to this truth, illuminating the path for those brave enough to seek. As the figure closed the ancient tome, a shiver of anticipation lingered in the air, for the stories of Gabriel were not just tales of the past. They were echoes of the present, urging humanity to embrace the balance between justice and mercy, strength and vulnerability. The atmosphere thrummed with a sense of urgency, a reminder that the divine was not absent, but rather beckoning from just beyond the veil, waiting for the next seeker to grasp the thread that connected them to the eternal. The first breath of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the ancient lands where stories were born. In a small, dimly lit chamber, a painter dipped his brush into the brushwood dyes, heart racing with each stroke. His canvas was alive with visions of Gabriel, the angel whose name whispered through centuries, igniting awe, fear, and reverence. Each depiction held a universe of emotions, a pulse of humanity, and an eternal quest for understanding the divine. The earliest records of Gabriel find their roots in sacred texts, where he was more than just a messenger. He was the bridge between heaven and earth, an iridescent figure, cloaked in brilliant light. He appeared to prophets and kings, delivering messages that shaped destinies. The artists of ancient times were captivated by this duality, portraying him as both a fierce warrior and a gentle guide. In the frescoes of Byzantine churches, his presence radiated with an aura of authority. His wings, expansive and powerful, were often adorned with shimmering gold leaf that caught the light, creating a divine spectacle that left viewers in a trance, yearning for connection, yet trembling with reverence. As centuries rolled on, the Renaissance ushered in a rebirth of artistic expression, and Gabriel became a muse for many renowned artists. In the works of the great masters like Michelangelo and Raphael, he took on new forms, youthful, with an ethereal beauty that seemed to defy earthly bounds. The paintings revealed not just his angelic nature, but also a vulnerability that spoke to the human experience. Michelangelo's Creation of Adam, where Gabriel seems to hover gently above, his fingers almost brushing against God's hand, encapsulated the tension between the divine and the mortal. Viewers could feel their hearts quicken as they witnessed the moment of potential, as if Gabriel might reach out and pull them into the celestial. Amidst the fervor of the Baroque movement in the 17th century, Gabriel's imagery became even more theatrical. The artist's brush strokes erupted with passion, capturing dramatic scenes where he often engaged with the Virgin Mary. In works by artists like Annibale Carracci, Gabriel was depicted with a sense of urgency, his eyes alight with a fire that beckoned the viewer to witness the unfolding miracle of the Annunciation. The tension in these portrayals was almost palpable, as if the air crackled with the weight of destiny. Spectators felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, a desire to reach out and share in the monumental moment of divine intervention. The Romantic period brought with it a longing for the sublime, and Gabriel transformed once more. Artists like Gustave Moreau painted him shrouded in symbolism, his essence intertwined with nature and the cosmos. The images became dreamlike, imbued with a sense of mystery that invited introspection. Here, Gabriel was no longer just a messenger. He became a symbol of the ethereal, epitomizing the human quest for meaning against the backdrop of an infinite universe. The soft colors and delicate brushstrokes resonated with a melancholic beauty, stirring emotions deep within the soul, the kind of beauty that made hearts ache with longing and wonder. In the 19th century, Gabriel's representation took on a more profound and personal tone. Artists like Edward Burne-Jones painted him as a figure of hope, a beacon in the darkness. The soft, flowing lines and rich, muted colors created an intimate atmosphere, drawing viewers closer to the paintings and the messages they bore. There was a sense of comfort in his gaze, a promise of protection that wrapped around the heart like a warm embrace. Audiences found themselves entranced, feeling as if Gabriel could step right out of the frame and into their world, bringing solace and guidance in times of turmoil. As the world moved into the modern age, Gabriel's image began to reflect the tumultuous emotions of the times. In the chaotic aftermath of wars and revolutions, artists grappled with the paradox of an angel in a world so rife with suffering. Figures like Marc Chagall portrayed Gabriel not just as a heavenly being, but as a companion in sorrow, dancing through the air amidst broken dreams. The colors exploded with raw emotion, and viewers felt the palpable weight of despair intermixed with hope. It was as if Gabriel was reaching out, not just to convey messages from the divine, but to share in the human experience, in both its brilliance and its agony. In contemporary art, Gabriel's essence has perhaps transformed yet again. Artists are now reimagining him in diverse voices, from graffiti murals in urban landscapes to abstract installations. The angel, once solely a figure of religious significance, has become a symbol of resilience and unity for many. With each new interpretation, Gabriel resonates with different cultures and communities, embodying the struggles and triumphs of the human spirit. Audiences feel a surge of connection, recognizing in him a mirror of their own aspirations and fears. The artistic depictions of Gabriel, steeped in rich history, transcend time and culture. Each brushstroke, each hue, encapsulates not just a moment in time, but an enduring expression of hope and humanity. The viewer stands before these artworks, their hearts racing, feeling an inexplicable pull to the stories etched in paint and canvas. Gabriel, in all his forms, continues to spark emotion, igniting a fire within that longs for connection to something greater than oneself. The weight of his wings, the light of his presence, and the messages of love and hope linger on the edge of consciousness, waiting to be explored. Each image, each interpretation beckons for understanding, drawing the observer into a dance of past and present, forever entwined in the infinite tapestry of existence. In the flickering shadows of ancient churches, amidst the scent of burning candles and the soft murmurs of prayer, a figure stands resplendent, a messenger of heaven adorned in flowing robes and radiant wings. Gabriel, the angel whose name evokes both respect and wonder, has been captured in countless artworks, each brushstroke echoing stories that stretch across centuries. His presence resonates with a profound sense of purpose and divine love, instilling both reverence and awe in all who dare to gaze upon him. In the early days of Christianity, artists sought to portray celestial beings in a way that could bridge the gap between the earthly and the heavenly. Gabriel, often depicted with delicate features and an ethereal glow, became a symbol of divine intervention and hope. His wings, majestic and powerful, suggest not just beauty but the ability to soar above the trials of human existence. When he appears, it is with a message that can shift the course of destiny, invoking feelings that pulse through the heart like the beat of a drum. Consider the frescoes of the Renaissance, where Gabriel frequently graces the canvas with his presence, often depicted alongside the Virgin Mary. The Annunciation, a moment frozen in time, captures the moment when he delivers the news of the Incarnation. The artist's brush breathes life into the scene, portraying Mary's surprise and wonder as she listens to Gabriel's gentle words. Her eyes, wide with astonishment, reflect the dawning realization of her pivotal role in salvation history. Gabriel's expression mirrors her emotion, his gaze tender yet commanding, as if to say that this moment is both a gift and a burden. In these sacred moments, time seems to pause. The colors swirl around them, vibrant blues and soft golds illuminating the divine message. You can almost hear the silence of the room, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Artisans poured their souls into each canvas, knowing they were capturing not just a story, but the very essence of faith. As viewers, we find ourselves drawn into this sacred exchange, feeling the weight of that divine message, an echo resonating through the ages. In medieval cathedrals, Gabriel takes on a more dramatic role. The stained glass windows come alive with light, casting colorful reflections upon the stone floors. These intricate designs narrate tales of divine encounters. Gabriel's image, sometimes brandishing a trumpet, ringing out a call to repentance and resurrection, evokes a sense of urgency. The angles of his wings create a sense of movement, as if he is caught mid-flight, bringing forth God's decrees with a powerful grace. Each shard of glass reflects the hopes and prayers of those who stand below, the very people whose lives he touches silently. As centuries slipped into the modern age, Gabriel's form transformed yet again. Artists began to depict him not just as a messenger, but as a protector. In paintings set against the backdrop of tumultuous times, Gabriel stands guard, a sentinel of faith amidst uncertainty. His armor, shimmering in the light, reflects the struggles of humanity, reminding us that divine aid is ever present, even in our darkest hours. Those who look upon these images find solace, as if Gabriel himself were whispering reassurance into their hearts, igniting a flicker of hope in the face of despair. In the Baroque era, Gabriel becomes a figure of heightened emotion, often portrayed with an intensity that captures the viewer's breath. Each portrayal of him is a narrative unto itself, a story of love, sacrifice, and redemption. His hands are often raised in blessing, inviting the faithful to receive grace. The opulence of the surroundings emphasizes his celestial nature, wrapping the viewer in a tapestry of divine beauty. It is impossible to look away. You can almost feel the warmth of his presence enveloping you, urging you to open your heart to the message he carries. In literature, Gabriel's influence extends beyond visual art. He appears in sacred texts, embodying the bridge between heaven and earth, carrying messages that transcend time. The stories of his encounters with prophets, kings, and common folk remind us that the divine speaks through the ordinary, lifting the mundane to the extraordinary. Each narrative serves as a testament to God's unwavering love and the transformative power of faith. The very mention of his name evokes a sense of reverence, each syllable a reminder of the sacred connection that binds humanity to the divine. As we move through the passage of time, Gabriel remains a constant figure in Christian iconography. He is not merely an image, but a living testament to the power of belief. Artists continue to draw inspiration from his character, depicting him in fresh and innovative ways that resonate with new generations. Each rendition carries the weight of history while inviting new interpretations, keeping the spirit of Gabriel alive and vibrant. The ongoing evolution of Gabriel in art is a reflection of humanity's own journey. Just as the faithful seek to understand their place in the universe, artists strive to capture the ineffable essence of the divine. The emotions stirred by Gabriel's imagery, hope, love, protection, are timeless. They remind us that even in our most challenging moments, we are not alone. The divine messenger stands ever watchful, ready to guide and inspire. As the light fades in the twilight of an ancient chapel, one can almost hear the whisper of wings. Gabriel's figure, painted in gold and azure, glimmers in the last rays of sunlight. He is a beacon of faith, an embodiment of divine promise, forever poised between heaven and earth, an eternal reminder of the holy message that transcends time and space, echoing softly in our hearts, waiting to be discovered anew. The air crackles with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality vibrates with whispers of the past. In the dim light of an ancient scroll chamber, the figure of Gabriel stands resplendent, wings outstretched like a celestial banner, carrying messages that ripple across time and space. He is not merely an angel. He is a bridge between worlds, a harbinger of profound change, his name echoing through the corridors of various faiths, each interpreting his essence in ways both strikingly similar and hauntingly different. In Christianity, Gabriel bursts onto the scene with the force of an epiphany. He is the angel of Annunciation, the one who brought the breathtaking news to Mary, a young woman in Nazareth, that she would bear the Son of God. This moment, steeped in divine mystery, resonates with the essence of hope and faith. The simplicity of Mary's acceptance, her heart full of trepidation yet unwavering trust, paints Gabriel not just as a messenger but as a vessel of divine grace, an agent of God's will. His voice, gentle yet commanding, reverberates through the ages, touching countless souls yearning for reassurance in their own moments of uncertainty. Shifting to Islam, Gabriel, known as Jibril, emerges as an even more monumental figure. He is the conduit through which Allah revealed the Quran to the Prophet Muhammad. Every syllable, every verse, was delivered with a precision that had the power to ignite revolutions of thought and spirit. In these moments, Gabriel is more than just a messenger. He is the embodiment of divine guidance, illuminating the path for millions. Muslims revere him not just as an angel, but as a pivotal player in the tapestry of faith, an unyielding force that shaped the very foundations of their belief. In the Jewish tradition, Gabriel takes on a slightly different hue, often seen as a warrior angel, a protector of Israel against its enemies. His presence is felt in tales of courage and strength, where he stands at the ready, a guardian at the gates of heaven. The Book of Daniel, with its rich imagery, recounts Gabriel as an interpreter of visions, revealing mysteries that boggle the human mind. This complexity adds layers to his character. He is a protector, a messenger, and an enforcer of God's will, each role intertwined in a dance of divine purpose. As cultures intertwine, Gabriel's influence branches out into other spiritual realms. In the world of the Baha'is, he is revered as a pivotal figure who connects humanity with the divine. His role transcends traditional boundaries, symbolizing a universal truth that resonates with people seeking unity in diversity. Here, his presence is a reminder that beyond the differences of creed and custom, there exists a shared yearning for connection and understanding. In the mystical traditions of Kabbalah, Gabriel is often associated with the Sapphira of Gevurah, embodying the fierce yet compassionate aspects of God. His presence is felt in the ebb and flow of justice and mercy, a balancing act that speaks to the human experience of emotion and morality. This interpretation showcases Gabriel not just as an angelic figure, but as a force that challenges humanity to confront its darker impulses while guiding it toward redemption. The narratives surrounding Gabriel also stretch into the realms of folklore and myth, where he appears in various guises in different cultures. In some African traditions, he is portrayed as a trickster, teaching lessons through his cunning and wit. This portrayal evokes a sense of playfulness, contrasting with the more solemn representations found in other faiths. His ability to adapt and transform, to fit into the fabric of diverse beliefs, only adds to the allure of his character, creating a tapestry woven with threads of laughter, wisdom, and light. In Zoroastrianism, Gabriel is often linked to the figure of Sarosh, the angel of obedience and divine communication. This connection emphasizes the idea of angels as guides and mentors, urging humans to follow the righteous path. The tales of Sarosh resonating through the winds, guiding souls toward the afterlife, echo with the theme of Gabriel as a gentle yet firm guide, leading believers toward enlightenment and spiritual fulfillment. The threads of Gabriel's narrative weave into the fabric of various spiritual practices and modern spirituality as well. In New Age beliefs, he is embraced as a beacon of hope and a symbol of personal transformation. People turn to Gabriel for inspiration in their journeys of self-discovery, eager to tap into the wisdom he represents. His name evokes feelings of comfort and reassurance, as if the mere mention of Gabriel can awaken dormant dreams and aspirations. Amid all these interpretations, one can feel Gabriel's presence as a steady pulse, an energy that transcends boundaries. Each culture adds a brushstroke to the canvas of who Gabriel is, from the serene yet powerful voice that announced a miraculous birth to the fierce protector standing guard over the faithful. The emotions surrounding his image are as varied as the people who reverence him, creating a rich tapestry of experiences that elicit feelings of awe, gratitude, and reflection. And in the quiet moments, as the world spins on, Gabriel stands eternal. His essence inspires both the humble and the mighty, a reminder that the divine touch is not a distant reality but a vibrant part of existence, whispering to those who listen. As the echoes of his wings fade into the distance, the stories continue to flow, leaving a lingering sense of wonder and a thirst for understanding that beckons the curious spirit to seek more. The next chapter awaits, a continuation of the divine narrative where Gabriel's influence shapes destinies, urging souls onward. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient city. A stillness hung heavy, as if the world itself was holding its breath. In this twilight moment, the name Gabriel resonated through the ages, whispering of a presence that had woven itself into the very fabric of existence. This archangel, often seen as a messenger of hope, also bore the chilling weight of prophecy, intertwining destiny and despair. The stories of Gabriel are etched in the annals of history, transcending cultures and epochs. In the sacred texts of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, he stands as a harbinger of change, a figure who navigates the delicate line between the divine and the human. When he appears, the skies seem to shimmer and hearts race, sensing the gravity of the moment. In the book of Daniel, it was Gabriel who illuminated the path of understanding, revealing visions that foretold the rise and fall of empires. The ancient scrolls crackled with energy, each word pulsating with the urgency of impending fate. In Christian traditions, Gabriel's voice echoed through the angelic realms, announcing the miraculous incarnation of Christ to the Virgin Mary. The moment was electric. It carried the weight of the world within its sacred whisper. Mary, caught between disbelief and overwhelming awe, felt the warmth of divine love wash over her. Gabriel's message was not merely an announcement. It was a catalyst for a new chapter in the story of humanity, marking the dawn of hope amidst a sea of uncertainty. Yet, the narrative of Gabriel does not drift solely in gentle whispers of grace. For within the tapestry of eschatology, the study of the end times, his role shifts dramatically. He becomes a figure of fierce urgency, heralding the culmination of all things. The Book of Revelation paints a vivid picture of a celestial battleground, where angels clash and the fate of the world hangs in the balance. Gabriel stands among them, his presence commanding and fierce, a warrior of divine will amid the chaos. Imagine the scene. The skies darken, the earth trembles, and the very foundations of existence quiver in anticipation. Gabriel, with his resplendent wings outstretched, calls forth the faithful and the lost alike. His voice, carrying the weight of centuries, rings out like a clarion call. It is a moment of reckoning, where every soul must confront their choices, their hopes, and their fears. The tension is palpable, a collective heartbeat echoing through time. The prophecies that Gabriel delivers are not mere words. They are lifelines thrown into the turbulent seas of despair. With each proclamation, a wave of emotion surges, from fear to hope, from despair to anticipation. In the Gospel of Matthew, it is written that at the end of days, the Son of Man will come on the clouds with power and great glory, and his angels, led by none other than Gabriel, will gather the elect from the four winds. This imagery stirs something deep within the hearts of believers, igniting a flicker of hope against the backdrop of uncertainty. As nations rise and fall, as darkness threatens to engulf the light, Gabriel becomes a symbol of resilience. His role in eschatology is not merely to proclaim doom but to guide, to remind humanity of the divine promises that echo through the ages. The ancient texts speak of a time when the lion will lie with the lamb, when peace will reign, and all wounds will be healed. Gabriel stands at the threshold of that promise, the bridge between what has been and what is to come. The emotional gravity of Gabriel's role intensifies as he weaves through the fabric of prophecy. In the final days, when the trumpets sound and the skies blaze with fire, it is Gabriel who will announce the final judgment. The sound of that trumpet is not just a call. It is a summons that reverberates through the cosmos, shaking the very core of existence. The imagery is striking, a divine symphony playing the last notes of creation, echoing through the hearts of those who remain. In those moments, the tension reaches its peak. The faithful, trembling yet hopeful, hold their breath. The lost, grappling with their choices, feel the weight of regret pressing down on them. Gabriel stands in the center, a radiant figure amid the swirling chaos, embodying both justice and mercy. His eyes, filled with compassion, reflect the stories of countless lives, the struggles, the victories, and the moments of grace that have defined humanity. Around him, visions swirl, images of both destruction and rebirth, the old giving way to the new. Gabriel is the perennial reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is hope. His role is a tapestry woven with the threads of sorrow and joy, fear and faith. The very essence of his being is a beacon, guiding souls toward redemption, urging them to reconcile their past with the promise of a brighter future. As the final days unfold, the earth itself seems to respond to Gabriel's presence. Natural phenomena, thunderous storms, celestial displays, serve as reminders of the divine hand at work. The faithful look to the skies, their hearts racing, knowing that the time of reckoning approaches. The thrill of anticipation mingles with the terrifying unknown, creating a potent mix of emotions that grips the soul. Lost in this swirling vortex of time, Gabriel remains unyielding. His role in eschatology is not one of a passive observer but an active participant in the unfolding of divine will. He is the messenger, the warrior, the harbinger of hope, standing at the intersection of despair and promise. As he commands the heavens, the earth holds its breath, waiting for the moment when all will be revealed. Through the ages, Gabriel's name has been etched into the hearts of many, a constant reminder that in every dark hour, there exists a glimmer of light. This archangel embodies the struggle of humanity, the quest for meaning, for understanding, for salvation. As the final act of creation unfolds, Gabriel remains the unshakable force that bridges the past and the future, ensuring that even at the brink of oblivion, the whisper of hope endures. And as he stands poised at the precipice of time, the air thick with emotion, there is a lingering question in the minds of all who know his story. What comes next? The answer hangs in the balance, tantalizingly out of reach, as the stage is set for the unfolding drama of human destiny. The echoes of Gabriel's call reverberate through the ages, ensuring that his role in the grand tapestry of eschatology will forever be a source of inspiration and awe. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient streets. The evening was alive with whispers of hope and despair. As the people gathered, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow of torches. Among them stood Gabriel, a figure cloaked not just in a shroud of light but also in the weight of human emotion and aspiration. It was more than a mere presence. It was a force beckoning hearts and minds to rally for the causes he championed. In every corner of the world, the name Gabriel stirred something deep within the soul. He was not just a name passed down through scripture. He was a symbol of potent change, a beacon for countless movements. Those who stood on the fringes of society, women fighting for their rights, artists struggling to express their visions, the broken-hearted yearning for solace, found in Gabriel a patron who understood their plight. His legacy, woven into the fabric of history, spoke of compassion and a relentless pursuit for justice. In the bustling streets of Renaissance Florence, where art and ambition clashed, Gabriel's essence breathed life into the canvas. Artists like Botticelli felt an unseen hand guiding their brush, urging them to bring forth the beauty of the divine. The ethereal figures in their paintings seemed to soar with the weight of Gabriel's inspiration, each stroke imbued with emotion. The very air quivered with creativity, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who dared to dream. They understood that through Gabriel, their art spoke not just to the elite but also to the common man, breaking boundaries and forging connections that transcended class and creed. As the scene shifted to the cobblestones of Paris, the echo of revolution rang clear. Gabriel's spirit surged through the streets, igniting a fervor among the populace. The cries for liberty and equality filled the air like a sweet hymn, drawing the oppressed into a collective yearning for freedom. The people, with fire in their eyes, marched in unison, their voices rising together, a powerful chorus demanding change. Gabriel remained a powerful ally in their struggle, guiding their steps as they fought against tyranny, reminding them that every struggle was worthy of reverence. In the hallowed halls of academia, Gabriel also cast his shadow. Thinkers and philosophers, caught in the throes of enlightenment, turned to him for wisdom. As they penned their thoughts and theories, Gabriel's influence seeped through their words, sparking ideas that would challenge societal norms and push the boundaries of knowledge. The dialogues that emerged were fiery and passionate, filled with the urgency of their cause. Each thinker felt Gabriel's presence urging them to strive for a world of understanding rather than division, igniting a flame of curiosity that would burn through the ages. In a quieter corner of Ireland, Gabriel found himself among the poets who mourned the loss of their lands and dreams. Their verses sang of heartbreak, weaving tales of lost love and homeland. It was Gabriel who inspired them to find beauty amidst the sorrow, allowing their words to become vessels of hope. The rustling of pages and the sound of ink on parchment became a symphony of resilience, as the poets poured their hearts into verses that would resonate for generations to come. With each line, they painted visions of a brighter future, reminding the people that even in the darkest times, light could be found through the power of words. As night fell upon the war-torn landscapes of the 20th century, Gabriel stood sentinel over the souls torn apart by conflict. His influence drew together those who sought peace, urging them to stand firm against the tide of hatred. In makeshift shelters and crowded streets, the weary and the wounded found solace in Gabriel's name, a whisper of calm in the chaos. Activists rallied, their hearts beating in time with the fervor of Gabriel's mission. Each meeting felt electric, charged with an understanding that through shared stories and collective action, they could rewrite the futures of their communities. Then came whispers of Gabriel in the realms of social justice, where the marginalized sought to reclaim their voices. In gatherings filled with passionate speeches and fiery debates, Gabriel's essence wrapped around the movement like a protective mantle. People stood shoulder to shoulder, united in their quest for equality, justice, and human rights. The very air was thick with conviction, a palpable energy that connected them all. They knew they were not merely fighting for their own freedom, but for the liberation of all who were silenced. Gabriel's presence was everywhere, a silent promise that their struggle mattered, that they were seen and heard. As the stories of Gabriel's impact unfolded across continents and through the ages, a tapestry of human experience emerged. Each thread intertwined with another, creating a complex web that told tales of hope, struggle, and triumph. In every corner of the globe, individuals found strength in Gabriel's patronage, drawing from his essence to fuel their battles. They were warriors of light in their own rights, emboldened by a belief that they were not alone in their fight, but part of something much larger than themselves, a movement that spanned time and space. In the moments of quiet reflection, when the world seemed to pause, Gabriel's spirit lingered in the air. The stories of the past served as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, and the fires ignited by Gabriel continued to burn brightly. Emotions swirled like autumn leaves in the wind, each one a testament to the many lives that had been touched by his guiding light. The journey had no end, only transitions, as the next chapter awaited just beyond the horizon, filled with new voices ready to rise, fueled by the unyielding spirit of Gabriel. In the hushed corridors of history, where shadows dance with whispers, the figure of Gabriel emerges, a celestial being etched into the fabric of literature and poetry, an embodiment of messages that have transcended time. He is not merely an angel. He is a voice, a harbinger of change, a spirit that seamlessly weaves through the pages of human imagination. From the solemn verses of ancient texts to the vibrant colors of modern poetry, Gabriel's presence evokes a spectrum of emotions that echo in the hearts of those who dare to listen. In the Bible, Gabriel stands as a sentinel of divine communication, appearing to Mary with the momentous news of the Annunciation. The moment hangs heavy in the air, pregnant with anticipation. Mary, a young girl with dreams untainted by the burdens of the world, looks into the brilliant light that is Gabriel. The words hang like shimmering jewels between them. "You will conceive in your womb and bear a son." The beauty of that instant, the gravity of the message, leaves shivers in its wake. It is a moment of tenderness tinged with awe, where fear and hope intertwine beautifully. Yet Gabriel's influence does not stop there. He strides through the rich tapestry of literature, capturing the essence of humanity's longing for connection. John Milton, in his epic Paradise Lost, paints Gabriel not just as a messenger but as a warrior of light, fierce and unwavering. In the grand cosmic battle between good and evil, Gabriel's clarion call resonates through the heavens, stirring the hearts of angels and men alike. His name echoes in the verses, a rallying cry that stirs a primal instinct within every reader, a reminder of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The rhythm of Gabriel's existence sways between the divine and the human. In the poetry of William Blake, Gabriel takes on a softer form, a symbol of inspiration and creativity. Blake's verses breathe life into the ethereal, exploring the depths of the human soul. Gabriel, as the muse, becomes a reflection of our aspirations, our dreams woven into the fabric of existence. Readers feel themselves drawn into the emotional landscape, where hope dances on the edge of despair, and creativity bursts forth like a flower in spring after the long winter's chill. Throughout the ages, Gabriel has inspired poets to capture the ephemeral moments of life, to express the unspeakable joy and heart-wrenching sorrow that define the human experience. Rainer Maria Rilke, in his poignant verses, invokes Gabriel as a guardian of solitude, a companion in moments of deep reflection. The lines speak of longing, of a deep connection to the divine that resonates within the reader's chest, echoing the silent cries of a heart seeking solace. Rilke's words, like a gentle caress, remind us of the beauty that lies in vulnerability and the strength found in quiet moments of introspection. As literature unfolds, so does Gabriel's character evolve. In the works of contemporary writers, he often embodies themes of redemption and hope. In a world fraught with chaos, his presence serves as a beacon of light, guiding characters through their darkest hours. It is in these stories that readers experience the profound impact of Gabriel's influence, his essence woven into the struggles and triumphs of ordinary lives. The pages flutter with urgency, each word a step closer to understanding the divine spark within us all. In poetry, Gabriel often transcends the confines of a singular form. He can be a lover whispering sweet nothings in the moonlight, a fierce protector standing guard against the storm, or a gentle reminder of the beauty of life's fleeting moments. His versatility captures the imagination, allowing each poet to infuse their unique emotions and experiences into his essence. There is a chill of thrill, a quickening of breath, as readers find pieces of themselves in the myriad portrayals of this celestial figure. The collective memory of Gabriel stretches across cultures and traditions, creating a rich historical tapestry. In Islamic tradition, he is known as Jibril, the angel of revelation who brought the words of God to the Prophet Muhammad. The vivid descriptions of their encounters resonate with intensity, exploring the depths of faith and the weight of divine responsibility. These stories remind readers of the universality of Gabriel's message, a call to listen, to act, to embrace the power of belief. As the sun sets on the horizon of literary exploration, the shadows lengthen, stretching into the twilight of Gabriel's legacy. His presence lingers, echoing through the words of countless writers who have dared to channel his spirit. Each line, each stanza, becomes a heartbeat in the ongoing rhythm of creation, where Gabriel stands as both muse and message, a reminder of the connection between the sacred and the mundane. And so, the pages turn, filled with the whispers of ancient voices and the cries of modern souls. Gabriel remains a haunting melody in the background, a thread binding the stories of humanity together. Readers can feel the pull of his essence, an invisible hand guiding them toward understanding, empathy, and the shared experience of existence. The anticipation hangs in the air, thick and electric, as emotions swell and passions stir. With every word, the promise of Gabriel's presence unveils itself, drawing readers deeper into the rich narratives that follow. The weight of his significance becomes a canvas upon which the stories of love, loss, and redemption are painted. As the ink dries on the page, the journey continues, spinning tales that are yet to be told, where the heart beats in sync with the celestial rhythm that is Gabriel. In a crowded cafe, the air buzzed with laughter and chatter, punctuated by the clinking of coffee mugs. A group of friends huddled around a table, animatedly discussing the latest episode of a popular television series. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they delved into the plot twists and unexpected character arcs. But one name echoed over the rest, lingering like a ghost that refused to fade. Gabriel. Gabriel, the Archangel, a figure draped in legends from ages past, had transformed into a symbol that resonated deeply in modern pop culture. He wasn't just a celestial being anymore. He was an icon, a character whose story could evoke both awe and fear, love and loss. To many, he represented hope, but to others, his name conjured an unsettling sense of foreboding. The friends at the cafe were captivated, yet unaware that the threads of Gabriel's influence stretched far beyond their screen. As the conversation swirled, snippets of his journey flickered through their minds. A film flickered in the back of their thoughts, a dark tale where Gabriel battled not just demons, but also his own internal struggles. He had become more than a messenger. He was a complex character grappling with his identity, with each beat of the story steeped in human emotion. The audience felt every ounce of his pain, every moment of triumph, and every shadow that loomed over him. The screenwriters skillfully wove historical references with a fresh narrative, breathing new life into an ancient figure. In comic books, Gabriel donned a new persona, clad in vibrant colors and sharp lines. He was a hero who fought not just with weapons but with wisdom, often echoing the struggles of today's world. With the weight of history on his shoulders, his character explored themes of redemption and sacrifice. Readers grappled with his choices, feeling the weight of his celestial power and the burden it brought. Each panel turned was an invitation to reflect on the nature of good and evil, blurring the lines in ways that made one question their own beliefs. Gabriel's presence was palpable, echoing through music as well. Lyricists found inspiration in his tale, crafting songs that resonated with the soul. They spoke of battles against despair, of hope rising from the ashes, drawing listeners into an emotional whirlwind. A haunting melody would play, and suddenly, it wasn't just a song anymore. It became a story, a dialogue between the listener and the Archangel himself. The power of his narrative swept through concert halls, leaving even the most hardened hearts trembling with emotion. But it wasn't just in entertainment. Gabriel seeped into fashion as well. Designers, inspired by his ethereal essence, spun collections that danced between the celestial and the earthly. Models walked the runway, draped in fabrics that shimmered like starlight, each piece telling a part of Gabriel's story. The clothing didn't just appeal to the eye. It invoked a sense of spirituality, a connection to something greater. Those who wore these designs felt a surge of power, like they were channeling the Archangel's strength and grace. Meanwhile, in literature, Gabriel was a muse for countless writers, his character morphing and shifting across genres. He found a place in fantasy novels, where he donned armor and wielded swords, battling mythical creatures. In romance, he became a love interest, torn between his divine duties and the warmth of human connection. The variety of narratives allowed readers to find pieces of themselves in Gabriel's struggles, his humanity resonating in an ever-changing world. Yet with all this reverence, there was an undercurrent of tension in how Gabriel was portrayed. Some narratives took a darker path, presenting him as a fallen angel, grappling with betrayal and loss. This portrayal sparked debates about morality and the gray areas in between right and wrong. Fans found themselves captivated by the complexity of a once simple figure, drawn into the stories that painted him as both savior and sinner. This duality echoed across platforms, from movies to graphic novels, making Gabriel both relatable and otherworldly, a reflection of humanity's own flaws and aspirations. In the realm of video games, players found themselves stepping into Gabriel's shoes, experiencing his trials firsthand. Immersed in lush graphics and rich storytelling, they fought alongside him, making choices that would impact the fate of the world. Each mission felt like a test, pushing them to confront their own morals and decisions. The thrill of the game was an extension of Gabriel's own conflict, a chance for players to navigate the treacherous path between duty and desire. And then there were the fan communities that sprang to life, where discussions sparked like wildfire, each thread igniting passion and creativity. Fans created art, wrote fanfiction, and crafted theories, all centered around Gabriel's legacy. Their enthusiasm transformed him into a cultural phenomenon, a topic of discussion in every corner of the internet. It was a testament to his enduring power, capable of connecting people across distances, ages, and experiences. In a world forever changing, Gabriel remained a constant, a beacon of light and shadow. The stories spun around him tapped into the core of human experience, blending history with contemporary themes that resonated with the audience. From the screen to the page, from the runway to the arena, his influence was undeniable and ever-present. As the friends at the cafe continued to sip their coffees, they unknowingly became part of something larger, an ever-expanding tapestry woven with Gabriel's threads. With each laugh, each gasp at a plot twist, they were adding their own voices to the chorus of interpretations that spanned generations. The discussion flowed like a river, each word a drop that rippled outward, touching lives in ways they couldn't fully comprehend. And thus, the name Gabriel lingered in the air, a promise of stories yet to be told, each one waiting to wrap its readers in emotion and intrigue, beckoning them to listen, to feel, to become part of the legend anew. A single note hung in the air, trembling like a whisper of a secret shared between souls. It echoed through the hallowed halls of a dimly lit cathedral, where shadows danced along stone walls, and the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow over the gathering. As the congregation held its breath, a figure emerged, bathed in ethereal light, the angel Gabriel. His presence was palpable, a divine spark igniting the very essence of art and music. In that moment, creativity blossomed, forever altered by a transcendent influence that would ripple through history. Gabriel was not merely a messenger. He was a catalyst, a bridge connecting the earthly realm to the divine. Artists and musicians alike found themselves inspired by his essence, capturing his spirit in strokes of paint and melodies that soared. In the Renaissance, painters like Fra Angelico and Raphael infused their works with a celestial quality, their canvases alive with the promise of heaven. Fra Angelico, with his delicate brushwork and the soft glow of heavenly light, breathed life into scenes of Gabriel delivering divine messages. His stunning depictions of the Annunciation resonated with viewers, pulling them into a world where the sacred met the sublime. Meanwhile, in the realm of music, the Baroque period flourished under Gabriel's influence. Composers such as Johann Sebastian Bach and George Friedrich Handel were enchanted by the angelic themes that resonated throughout religious texts. Bach's Magnificat captured the essence of Gabriel's message to Mary, each note a heartfelt tribute to the divine. The soaring soprano lines, matched with rich harmonies, invoked a sense of awe, as if listeners could feel the flutter of angel wings brushing against their souls. Handel, too, wove Gabriel's essence into his oratorios, transforming biblical narratives into vibrant soundscapes that echoed through the grand halls of cathedrals, compelling congregations to rise in reverence. But the influence of Gabriel wasn't limited to the sacred or the grand. In the quiet corners of humble homes, musicians strummed their lutes and sang of love, longing, and loss, inspired by the angel's ethereal grace. Folk songs blossomed, their melodies carrying the whispers of Gabriel's messages of hope and redemption. Each note, a reminder that even amidst sorrow, there was beauty to be found. The heartfelt ballads reverberated through the ages, passed down from generation to generation, as storytellers painted their narratives with the colors of Gabriel's light. As time flowed on, Gabriel's impact transcended the boundaries of the sacred and the secular. The Romantic era burgeoned with emotion, and artists like William Blake and John Keats breathed life into their words through the angel's inspiration. Blake's vivid imagery and mystical visions captured a world where the spiritual and the material converged. His poetry sang with the voices of angels, and Gabriel became a symbol of artistic freedom, beckoning creators to stretch their imaginations and touch upon the divine. The tension between light and dark, hope and despair, coursed through the works of the pre-Raphaelites, who sought to return to the beauty of nature and the purity of emotion. Their paintings, rich in color and symbolism, often depicted biblical scenes infused with Gabriel's essence, reminding viewers that the divine could be found in the everyday beauty of life. The angel's ethereal glow illuminated their creations, inviting all who gazed upon them to experience a sense of wonder. As the world hurtled into the 20th century, Gabriel's influence evolved yet again. The pulse of jazz emerged, echoing the rhythms of life itself, raw, passionate, and unpredictable. Musicians like Louis Armstrong and Billie Holiday channeled the angel's spirit, pouring their souls into the music that transcended the ordinary. Holiday's haunting melodies and heartfelt lyrics resonated with the struggles of the human experience, echoing the messages of love and resilience that Gabriel embodied. Every note seemed to echo the angel's whispers, reminding listeners of the beauty and pain woven together in the fabric of existence. Meanwhile, the visual arts were undergoing their own transformation. Artists like Marc Chagall began to explore the intersection of faith and fantasy, using vibrant colors and dreamlike imagery to reflect Gabriel's enduring influence. His works brought to life the stories of the Bible, where angels danced amidst the chaos of life, reminding viewers of the divine presence that lingered just beyond the veil. The heart swelled at the sight of these vivid depictions, each brushstroke a testament to the power of belief and the relentless pursuit of beauty. In the modern landscape of music and art, Gabriel's influence continued to resonate. Contemporary musicians like Sufjan Stevens and Florence Welch drew upon the themes of spirituality and transcendence, weaving intricate tapestries of sound that echoed the angel's message. Their songs became anthems for those seeking solace and understanding in a chaotic world, each lyric a reflection of the human experience intertwined with the divine. Like Gabriel's powerful presence, their music wrapped around listeners, offering comfort and inspiration in moments of doubt. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the world, the echoes of Gabriel's influence lingered in the air. Artists and musicians, past and present, were forever linked by the thread of creativity that wound its way through time, drawing inspiration from the angel who had the power to ignite the human spirit. The beauty of art and music continued to blossom, a testament to the enduring legacy of Gabriel, a legacy that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. His whispers, still carried on the winds of time, beckoned creators to rise, to dream, and to express the ineffable. It was a promise that art would forever reflect the divine, a truth resonating in every note and every stroke of the brush. The world remained a canvas, waiting to be painted with the vibrant hues of inspiration, a melody longing to be sung, as Gabriel's spirit continued to guide, to illuminate, and to resonate through the ages. Gabriel stood at the edge of the battlefield, the air thick with the scent of smoke and despair. His eyes scanned the scene, a tapestry woven with the threads of chaos and courage. The clash of steel rang in his ears, a brutal symphony that spoke of valor and sacrifice. A warrior at heart, he was forged in the fires of conflict. Yet it was not the sword he wielded that defined him most. It was his heart, capable of feeling the weight of every loss, every cry of pain echoing in the distance. As he stepped into the fray, strength coursed through his veins like an unstoppable river. Each stride brought him closer to those who needed him most. He was a tower of resolve, built not merely on brawn but on the foundation of compassion that shaped his very being. Every fallen soldier and grieving mother haunted his thoughts, their stories wrapped around him like chains, urging him to act with purpose. A young soldier stumbled nearby, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. Gabriel knelt beside him, his hands steady and sure. "Stay with me," he urged, his voice calm amidst the chaos. The soldier's eyes, wide with fear, searched Gabriel's face, seeking assurance. With a gentle grip, Gabriel cradled the boy's head, binding the wound with strips torn from his own cloak. It was a simple act, yet it held the weight of 1,000 promises. Promises of hope, healing, and humanity amidst the brutality of war. But strength without compassion is a hollow victory. Gabriel knew this better than anyone. He had watched as comrades fell, their laughter silenced by the harsh realities of battle. Each loss carved deeper lines into his soul, yet each scream for help ignited a fire within him, pushing him to draw on his inner strength. He had learned that true power lies not in dominating others, but in lifting them from the depths of their despair. The sun sank lower in the sky, casting an orange glow over the battlefield, illuminating the faces of the weary and wounded. Each one told a story, a mother torn from her children, a brother lost to violence. Gabriel's heart ached as he pressed forward, unwavering. He was not just a soldier. He was a bridge between agony and solace. With each life he touched, he stitched together the fabric of a broken world. In a distant corner of the field, a child whimpered, cradling a tattered doll. She was a mere specter of innocence lost, her small frame trembling in the wake of destruction. Gabriel's gaze softened. Without hesitation, he made his way to her. Kneeling before the girl, he offered a smile, a flicker of warmth in the chilling shadows of despair. "What's your name?" he asked gently. "Lila," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "Lila." He repeated her name like a prayer, a promise that she would not be forgotten. Gabriel reached into his satchel, producing a small, smooth stone, polished by time. "Here, this is a magic stone. It will keep you safe," he said, placing it in her palm. The girl's eyes widened, a spark of hope igniting where there had only been fear. It was a small gesture, but in that moment, he knew he had given her something far greater than a stone. He had given her a glimpse of strength wrapped in compassion. But as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, a piercing scream shattered the fleeting calm. Gabriel's heart raced. He instinctively sprinted toward the sound, adrenaline surging through his body. He found a group of soldiers pinned down by enemy fire, their faces marked by desperation. Without hesitation, he took charge, rallying them with a voice that cut through the chaos. "With me!" he shouted, embodying the very strength he preached. They charged forward together, the weight of the world resting on their shoulders. Gabriel led the way, his sword dancing in the fading light. He fought not just for victory but for every life that depended on him. Each swing of his sword was fueled by the faces of the innocent, the cries of those he had vowed to protect. With every clash of steel, the line between strength and compassion blurred, intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree, growing deeper as the battle raged on. The tide shifted, and in the thick of it, he found himself face to face with an enemy soldier. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, Gabriel saw not just a foe but a reflection of every man who had ever felt the weight of war. With a heavy heart, he knew he had to make a choice. Instead of striking down his opponent, he offered him a chance to surrender, to walk away from the violence. The man hesitated, confusion etched across his face. It was a moment suspended in time, a testament to strength that transcended mere physical prowess. Gabriel's outstretched hand spoke louder than any sword could. The enemy soldier, eyes flickering with doubt, lowered his weapon. For a heartbeat, it seemed as if the weight of the world hung in the balance. Gabriel's compassion had transformed a moment of certain death into a fleeting opportunity for redemption. The battlefield, drenched in blood and sorrow, became a canvas for the kind of strength that required immense courage to wield. As the dust began to settle, the cries of the wounded filled the air again. Gabriel felt the pull of every lost soul. His heart thudded wildly as he turned back to the child he had promised safety. Lila still clutched the magic stone, her eyes wide with awe as she witnessed the power of compassion. Gabriel knelt beside her once more, brushing a strand of hair from her face. You see, strength is not just about muscles and might. It's about how we choose to lift each other up in our darkest moments. And in that moment, the battlefield faded, and the world around them transformed. The weight of despair lifted ever so slightly, replaced with the flickering light of hope. Gabriel understood now more than ever that the true battle lay not in defeating an enemy, but in nurturing the fragile threads of humanity that bound them all together. Each act of kindness, each gesture of compassion became a spark that could ignite a revolution in the heart, one that could change the world forever. But the echoes of war were never far behind, and in the distance, a new threat loomed. Gabriel could feel the tension in the air, an unyielding storm brewing. The light of hope shimmered, yet the darkness was never far away. He could not rest. There were still lives to save, still hearts to mend. With determination etched in his heart, Gabriel rose once more, ready to face whatever came next. In the still of a moonlit night, when shadows danced on cobblestone streets, a figure cloaked in radiance stood at the edge of a whispering forest. It was Gabriel, not just an angel of message, but a guardian whose wings spread wide enough to shield the innocent from unseen terrors lurking at the edges of reality. The air crackled with tension as if the very fabric of existence trembled under the weight of an impending clash. In a world where good battled against darkness, Gabriel was the sentinel, ever watchful, ever ready. Throughout history, tales of Gabriel's fierce protection have woven themselves into the tapestry of human experience. He was the herald, announcing the dawn of hope to the despairing. Yet beneath that serene facade lay a warrior prepared for the fiercest of confrontations. In ancient times, when men and women faced the chaos of war and despair, stories spread like wildfire about Gabriel intervening in dire circumstances, shielding the faithful from the scourge of evil. In the midst of the tumult of the Crusades, a soldier lay on the brink of despair, weary from the brutality of battle. His faith flickered like a candle in the wind, nearly extinguished by the horrors he had witnessed. As he knelt in prayer, his heart pounding, a brilliant light enveloped him. It was Gabriel, appearing not as a distant figure, but as a close companion, whispering words of courage and strength that surged through the soldier's veins. At that moment, the soldier felt an invisible armor encase him, a divine protection that ignited his spirit and turned his fear into fervor. Stories of Gabriel's presence at pivotal moments filled the air like an electric charge. They spoke of him standing guard at the gates of cities besieged by darkness, rallying the lost and brokenhearted. In the siege of Constantinople, as panic gripped the hearts of defenders, angels soared overhead, but none shone as brightly as Gabriel. He was seen rallying the people, his voice booming across the battlefield, igniting their spirits with a flame of hope. "You are not alone," he declared, and in that moment, bravery surged through the defenders like a tidal wave, pushing back against despair. As centuries turned, Gabriel's role shifted seamlessly with the tides of human experience. The Reformation brought with it a tempest of spiritual warfare, where beliefs clashed like titans and faith was tested to its core. In the darkened corners of European cities, where fear and doubt flourished, he was a beacon of clarity. When Martin Luther faced the shadows of uncertainty, it was said that Gabriel appeared, illuminating his path with divine light. The angel's presence served as a reminder that every soul, no matter how lost, had a protector willing to stand against the tide of evil. In personal struggles, Gabriel's influence resonated deeply. Countless individuals, facing their own demons, found solace in his guidance. A mother, trembling with fear for her child's safety in a world filled with violence, whispered a prayer. As she closed her eyes, sensing an overwhelming dread, a warm light enveloped her, and in that moment, she felt Gabriel's wings wrap around her and her child. It was an embrace that promised protection and strength, a reminder that love transcended the chaos around them. The tales of Gabriel's intervention seeped into the fabric of art and culture, inspiring generations to reach for the heavens, to seek that divine connection amidst their trials. He was depicted in magnificent paintings, his figure often surrounded by soft golden light, wielding a sword not just of steel, but of celestial power, ready to strike down evil. His sword gleamed with the righteousness of a protector, reflecting the hopes of those who believed in a better tomorrow. But not all stories were serene. The battlefield of human experience was painted with shades of gray, where Gabriel's protective role became a haunting struggle against the very forces that sought to engulf humanity. In moments when darkness seemed to reign supreme, when despair threatened to dim the light of countless souls, Gabriel's fierce spirit shone like a star in a night sky. He was the calm in the storm, always prepared to stand against the tide of malevolence. During the Great Plague, as fear gripped the hearts of men and women, and despair settled like a thick fog over cities, whispers of Gabriel filled the air. "Fear not. I guard you." Those who felt his presence found strength within, as if the very essence of hope had been poured into their weary souls. They fought against the despair that sought to extinguish their spirit, inspired by an angel who stood by their side, unwavering and resolute. In every shadow, every whisper of fear, Gabriel's essence lingered, intertwining with the fabric of human existence. His role as protector resonated deeply, a continuous thread of reassurance that wrapped around those willing to believe. As the dusk settled into night, and the stars glimmered above, tales of battles fought and victories won without a single blade drawn echoed in hushed tones. Gabriel, the guardian of souls, remained vigilant, ready to intervene whenever darkness threatened to encroach upon the light. The stories continued to flow, from generation to generation, igniting hearts with hope and stirring emotions that refused to fade. Each retelling added layers to the rich tapestry of Gabriel's legacy, forging an unbreakable bond between the divine and the mortal. As the world turned, the eternal battle remained, with Gabriel standing resolute, a celestial being embodying protection, love, and unwavering faith. And so, the night deepened, saturated with the weight of his watchful presence, leaving behind a resonance that would echo through the ages, calling out to those struggling at the edge of despair, reminding them that they, too, were never truly alone. Rain fell heavily on December 7, 1941. As the sun struggled to rise, the world was still caught in a sleepy embrace, unaware of the storm that was about to break. In a quiet room, a young boy named Gabriel clutched a newspaper, its headline screaming of devastation. Pearl Harbor. The words were like a fist to his gut, leaving him breathless. He could feel the weight of this moment pressing on his small shoulders, a moment that would change the course of history and his life forever. Days turned into weeks, and as the war raged on, Gabriel found an unsettling connection to certain dates. Each one marked not only a moment in time but a heartbeat of emotion. On April 4th, 1968, the world shuddered again. The news came crashing through the walls of his home like a tidal wave. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had been assassinated. Gabriel was only a teenager, yet the shockwaves rippled through him. He felt the anger, the grief, the yearning for change. It was as if the very essence of hope had been snuffed out, leaving a void that echoed in every street and alley where voices sought equality. Years later, on July 20th, 1969, as the moon hung like a silver coin in the night sky, Gabriel stood in front of a flickering television screen with a group of friends. Neil Armstrong's voice crackled through the speakers, and the words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," reverberated in Gabriel's ears. The dream of reaching the stars felt within grasp, yet he couldn't shake off a feeling of isolation. Here on Earth, the struggles continued. The juxtaposition of human triumph against the backdrop of ongoing strife left him feeling lost, as if he were watching the world move forward while he remained trapped in chains of history. The wall fell on November 9th, 1989, and Gabriel felt a thrill run down his spine. The image of people climbing atop the Berlin Wall, tearing it down with their bare hands, was a testament to human spirit. Hope was alive again, and he celebrated with others, sharing laughter and tears of joy. Yet, in the back of his mind, he couldn't shake the thought, what would it take for people everywhere to feel this kind of freedom? The world seemed to oscillate between light and darkness, and Gabriel stood at its center, an observer with a heart full of questions. As the years marched on, Gabriel found himself in the midst of tragedy once more. On September 11th, 2001, the sun rose in New York City like any other day, yet within hours, it bloomed into an inferno of chaos and despair. Gabriel watched in horror as smoke billowed from the Twin Towers, families shattered, and lives were turned upside down in the blink of an eye. He couldn't breathe. The world felt like it was collapsing around him, a heavy weight of sorrow hanging in the air. He thought of every person caught in that moment, every soul stolen away, and he wept for them. Each anniversary that followed would carry that weight, but also a flicker of resilience as his community came together, finding strength in shared grief. With every date grew a tapestry of emotions woven with threads of suffering and hope. He recalled the day that President Barack Obama was elected, November 4th, 2008. Gabriel's heart swelled with pride and disbelief. The crowd erupted in cheers, and he felt a rush of optimism course through him. The impossible had been made real. A symbol of change had taken the helm of a nation. Yet, he couldn't ignore the shadows lurking in the corners of this celebration, always reminding him that the fight was far from over. Then came the dark day of January 6, 2021, when the Capitol was attacked. Gabriel watched in disbelief as chaos erupted in the heart of democracy. It felt surreal, a nightmare unfurling in real time. The frustration, anger, and division that had simmered for years boiled over, forcing Gabriel to confront the painful reality that freedom and unity were still fragile. The very foundation of hope seemed to tremble beneath him, and he couldn't help but wonder, how many more dates would mark the struggle for peace? And then there were the moments in between, the birthdays, the anniversaries, the milestones, each one colored by the events that had come before. Gabriel often found himself reflecting on these dates, feeling the weight of history pressing down on him. They were like ghosts, haunting his thoughts, reminding him of the lessons learned and the battles still left to fight. Each calendar year felt like a chapter, penned by the hand of fate and filled with stories of triumph and tragedy. Gabriel stood in the middle of it all, a bridge between the past and the present. The faces of those who had come before him, heroes, leaders, dreamers, flashed through his mind. They had etched their legacies into the fabric of time, each one leaving an indelible mark on Gabriel's heart. As he stood on the precipice of history, the echoes of laughter and cries for justice intertwined, creating a melody that was both haunting and beautiful. Every date held a lesson, a reminder of the complexity of life. Gabriel was determined not to let those lessons fade into silence. The world was in a constant state of flux, and he felt the weight of responsibility, a call to action, a need to push forward. With every heartbeat, he was reminded that tomorrow was unwritten, a canvas waiting for the strokes of courage, love, and resistance against despair. Gabriel understood that although history had shaped him, it was his choices, his passion for change, that would paint the future. The past may have been a heavy burden to carry, but it was also a source of strength. Each date, each event, was a thread in the tapestry of humanity, vibrant and alive, waiting to be woven into the narrative that would unfold next. In the dim light of ancient chambers where flickering candles cast dancing shadows, a heated discussion unfolded, brimming with fervor and uncertainty. A sacred figure loomed large in the minds and hearts of theologians. Gabriel, the Archangel. Was he merely a messenger of God, or did he hold a nature steeped in divinity, a being with a power and essence that transcended human understanding? The air crackled with tension as the scholars, gathered from distant lands, leaned forward, eager to weigh in on the divine mystery that surrounded this celestial entity. Gabriel, adorned in the splendor of divine light, had appeared to many: Zechariah, Mary, Mohammed. Each encounter left a mark, a whisper of the divine that still echoed through the ages. Yet, the essence of Gabriel sparked not only awe but profound debate among the learned. Was he a mere servant of the Almighty, a messenger carrying God's words, or was he something more, a being who shared in the divine nature itself? The thoughts swirled like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, each scholar's belief a vivid hue in the colorful tapestry of faith. The candlelight flickered as a scholar, voice trembling with passion, argued that Gabriel was not just a messenger but the embodiment of divine will. "Look at the moments when he appeared," he insisted, his eyes wide with fervor. To Mary, he brought the news of the Incarnation, a moment that changed the course of humanity. Such is not the role of a mere servant. His words hung in the air, thick with conviction, igniting a fire within the hearts of those present. But another voice rose, steady and calm. "And yet, in all these encounters," he countered, "Gabriel never claims to hold divine authority. He is a servant, an agent of God's purpose. To elevate him to a status equal to God's is to risk the purity of the divine hierarchy." The room shivered with the weight of this assertion, minds racing, hearts pounding, for they stood not just on the edge of theological debate but on the precipice of faith itself. As the hours slipped away, the arguments grew more impassioned, each point a strike of lightning illuminating the shadows of doubt. Some saw Gabriel as a guardian, a protector of souls, imbued with a fierce love from the heavens above. Others envisioned him as a powerful spirit caught between realms, embodying the boundless love and mercy of God, while being distinctly separate from his essence. The scholars were wrestling with more than mere ideas. They were grappling with the very nature of God and the fabric of their beliefs. In the soft glow of candles, the tension heightened when a young woman, her voice barely a whisper, shared her vision, one that had come to her in the stillness of the night. She spoke of Gabriel as a bridge, a conduit between humanity and the divine, representing hope and grace. When he spoke to Mary, she said, her words trembling with emotion, he was not just delivering a message, he was breathing life into possibility, igniting faith in a world shadowed by despair. A hush fell over the gathering as her words resonated deeper than any argument. The air pulsed with unspoken feelings, as if Gabriel himself were present among them, listening, witnessing their struggle. In that moment, the scholars felt the weight of their words, the gravity of their beliefs, and an unsettling realization crept in. The true nature of Gabriel was not just about his essence, but about what he represented to each of them. In a sudden outburst, a scholar slammed his fist on the table, startling the assembled crowd. "What if we are missing the point altogether?" he exclaimed, his voice raw with emotion. Perhaps Gabriel embodies the power of faith itself, the willingness to believe in the unseen. Shouldn't we honor his role as a messenger without boxing him into our definitions of divinity? He is a reflection of our hope. The room erupted, voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of thought and feeling, a whirlwind of faith conflicting with dogma. As the debates raged on, shadows danced wildly, and the candle flames sputtered as if echoing the tumult of the discussion. Outside, the night deepened, and the moon bathed the world in a silvery glow, hinting at the divine mystery that lay beyond the earthly realm. Gabriel's name hung in the air like a prayer, a powerful invocation that both uplifted and haunted the minds of the theologians. Amidst the chaos, an older scholar, his face etched with lines of wisdom and experience, raised his hand, calling for silence. Think back to the moments when Gabriel appeared. Was it fear or peace that graced those who encountered him? Each time, he brought reassurance, a promise that God is near. His voice held the weight of his years, and the room quieted, each heart drawn to the truth he presented. Gabriel's nature, then, is intertwined with our perception of God's presence. Is he a reflection of our need for divine reassurance? Or is he a testament to God's unfathomable love, a reminder that we are never alone? With every word, he seemed to strip away the layers of theological conflict, revealing a deeper connection to the divine. As the conversation shifted, a new tension arose. How could they reconcile their differing views while still honoring the essence of Gabriel? The scholars leaned in, their hearts racing, as they navigated this intricate web of beliefs, each thread pulling them closer to a collective understanding that transcended their individual interpretations. They were no longer just debating theology. They were entwined in an emotional dance, each seeking truth while yearning for connection. And just as the dialogue reached an electrifying crescendo, the door creaked open, and a figure clad in white entered the room. Gasps echoed, and the air crackled with an inexplicable energy. Was it Gabriel himself? The figure bore a striking resemblance to the Archangel, and for a moment time stood still. The room was charged with anticipation, hearts pounding in unison. The debates, the arguments, the struggles, they all felt as if they were coalescing into something far greater than their individual beliefs could grasp. As eyes locked onto the figure, the air thick with possibilities, the answers they sought seemed to slip through their fingers like grains of sand. The uncertainty loomed large, but so did the promise of revelation, leaving them suspended in a moment brimming with unanswered questions and the undeniable presence of the divine. They weren't just debating Gabriel's nature anymore. They were wrestling with the very essence of faith itself, poised on the edge of something extraordinary, waiting for the next revelation to unfold. In the stillness of a midnight sky, the air crackled with anticipation, as if the universe held its breath. Stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet blanket, each one a whisper of hope, a promise of something greater. Gabriel stood on the precipice of the celestial realm, a radiant figure, bathed in a glow that was both fierce and gentle. His wings, expansive and iridescent, caught the light of the moon, creating a halo that shimmered with the essence of divine purpose. This was not merely an angel. This was a messenger of God, a harbinger of guidance, and the embodiment of wisdom. From ancient times, humanity has yearned for direction, a beacon to light the way through the fog of uncertainty. Gabriel, with his reassuring presence, became synonymous with that guiding light. In the dusty streets of Jerusalem, where shadows danced under flickering oil lamps, whispers of his name filled the air. The townsfolk spoke of moments when he descended, his voice like the soft rustle of leaves, urging them to trust in a higher plan. The stories of Gabriel were etched into their hearts, a testament to the belief that no one is ever truly alone. In those early days, when the world was a tapestry of faith and doubt, Gabriel appeared to prophets and dreamers alike. To Daniel, he brought revelations that unspooled the threads of time, visions that revealed kingdoms rising and falling like tides. Each encounter with Gabriel was not just a meeting, it was a transformation. Those who stood in his presence felt the weight of their worries lift, replaced by an electric clarity that pierced through confusion. The air was thick with the scent of incense and prayer, and in that sacred atmosphere, something miraculous happened. Hope was ignited. The stories turned to legends, and legends birthed faith. Gabriel became the bridge between the divine and the mundane, a whisper of reassurance in moments of despair. In the quiet corners of history, there were those whose lives were forever altered by his messages. A humble shepherd on a hillside, frightened and alone, felt a flood of warmth as Gabriel descended, his voice cutting through the silence like a song. "Fear not," he said, "for I bring you tidings of great joy." In that moment, the shepherd found courage, and in courage, the strength to lead his flock toward a brighter dawn. In the dim light of a candlelit room, a young girl named Mary, startled and bewildered, faced Gabriel. The angel's wings unfurled like a blossoming flower, filling the space with an ethereal glow. "You are favored among women," he declared, his voice a soothing balm that wrapped around her like a soft shawl. The enormity of his message hung in the air. She would bear a child who would change the world. Gabriel's presence was both a blessing and a test, a reminder that divine guidance often came with great responsibility. Mary's heart raced, fear and joy intertwining in a dance of emotions. But as she looked into Gabriel's eyes, she felt a sense of peace wash over her, a quiet assurance that she was part of something far grander than she could comprehend. The echoes of Gabriel's words traveled through time, reverberating in the hearts of those who sought guidance. His role stretched beyond mere announcements. He became the embodiment of hope, a reminder that every soul, lost or wandering, could find their way home. In the courts of kings and the solitude of the oppressed, Gabriel's message remained the same. Trust in the divine, for guidance flows like a river to those who seek it earnestly. As the centuries passed, tales of Gabriel transformed into a rich tapestry of beliefs. In Islamic tradition, he is known as Jibril, revered as the angel of revelation who brought the words of God to the Prophet Muhammad. The night of Al-Isra wal-Miraj, when the Prophet ascended to the heavens, was marked by Gabriel's guiding hand. He led the way through realms of light and shadow, embodying the connection between the human condition and the celestial will. Jibril's presence was a reminder that divine guidance was not exclusive to a chosen few but extended to all who sought truth with sincerity. Yet with every story of divine guidance, there lingered a tension. What if one faltered? What if they failed to heed the call? Gabriel's messages were often veiled in mystery, challenging individuals to step into the unknown, to embrace the uncertainty that came with following a path illuminated by divine spark. The weight of that choice hung heavy in the air, a reminder that faith demanded courage, resilience, and an unwavering belief in the unseen. In a small town, a boy named Samuel stood at a crossroads, his heart pounding as he faced choices that could shape his destiny. A storm brewed within him, a cacophony of dreams and doubts. In a moment of desperation, he closed his eyes and whispered a prayer for guidance. The winds whipped through the trees, and in that stillness, he sensed a presence. It was fleeting yet potent, a brush of feathers against his skin, a whisper of reassurance that he was not alone in his struggle. As he opened his eyes, he felt a fire ignite within, a resolve to pursue a path only he could see. And so, the stories of Gabriel continued to unfurl, like petals of a flower opening to the sun. Each encounter, each whisper of divine guidance, served as a reminder that the search for meaning is a journey shared by all of humanity. Whether in the quiet solitude of a prayer or the bustling streets of a city, the essence of Gabriel lingered, a force that stirred the spirit, that lit the way through darkness and doubt. As the night deepened, the stars glimmered, and Gabriel lingered in the hearts of those who still dared to dream. Each soul would carry a piece of his essence, a reminder that divine guidance was a gift bestowed upon all, a soft whisper that echoed through the ages, forever weaving together the stories of faith, hope, and the unyielding quest for purpose. In a dimly lit chamber, a solitary figure knelt, the weight of the world pressing heavily upon his shoulders. His hands clasped in fervent prayer, he poured out his heart, each word a fragile plea echoing through the silent air. Just beyond the veil of the visible world, unseen yet profoundly present, was Gabriel, the Archangel. His essence shimmered with a light that felt both ancient and new, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness that so often envelopes humanity. Gabriel had always been an intermediary, a celestial messenger weaving between the realms of the mortal and the divine. With an unwavering commitment to the calls of the heart, he stood ready to listen, to intercede. In every whispered prayer that ascended like a soft breeze toward the heavens, he felt the urgency, the desperation of souls yearning for solace. The tales of his divine interventions were as old as time itself, echoes of his presence resounding through the ages, from the humble shepherds in fields to the wise men following stars. As the man knelt in prayer, a profound silence filled the room, thick with anticipation and reverence. Gabriel, attuned to the frequency of human emotion, sensed the turmoil that coursed through the man's spirit. His mind flashed back to countless instances when his name had been invoked in moments of desperation. He recalled the cries of the faithful during the darkest hours of history, the scattered early Christians hunted in the Roman Empire, the desperate prayers of saints seeking peace amid persecution, and the quiet laments of mothers praying for their children lost to the chaos of war. In those moments, Gabriel had intervened. He was the whisper of hope in despair, the flickering candle in the tempest of fear. With the sway of a mere thought, he called upon the very fabric of creation, weaving together divine responses to mortal pleas. Each prayer, each heartfelt wish, was like a precious thread, and he was the master weaver, intertwining them into a tapestry of divine grace. A shiver ran down the man's spine as he felt an inexplicable warmth envelop him. It was as if the very air around him had thickened with Gabriel's presence. The room brightened ever so slightly, a soft glow illuminating the shadows. The man's heart raced as he sensed the archangel's wings unfurling, a gentle rustling like leaves in the wind. And in that moment, the boundaries between earth and sky began to blur. Gabriel could sense the man's wavering faith, the flicker of doubt threatening to extinguish the flame of hope. He understood that intercessory prayer was not merely about speaking but listening, not just asking but trusting. As he stood near, he enveloped the man's spirit with encouragement, infusing him with strength. With every word of faith uttered, Gabriel became the bridge that connected the brokenhearted with the divine. Throughout history, the faithful had turned to Gabriel, seeking his intercession in their most desperate hours. Kings and queens, ordinary men and women, all had their voices rise like incense, each unique yet connected by a shared yearning. The Archangel had heard the prayers of the faithful during the Crusades, their cries echoing across battlefields filled with strife. He had been there during the Reformation, listening as people sought solace, clarity, and unity in a chaotic world. As the man's prayer deepened, sweat beaded on his forehead. Desperation mingled with determination in his voice. Gabriel drew closer, his presence more tangible than ever. The air crackled with energy, a reminder that the divine was not distant, but intimately involved in the lives of humanity. A small part of Gabriel ached for the man, for each soul was precious, every prayer a lifeline cast into the churning sea of existence. The memories of his past intercessions surged within him, moments that had changed the course of human history. The Archangel recalled the faithful cries of the Israelites trapped in bondage, how their prayers had reached the heavens, igniting the spark of liberation. He marveled at how one act of intercession could ripple through time, altering destinies and breathing life into dreams once deemed impossible. In that sacred moment, as the man poured out his heart, Gabriel felt the divine currents of prayer rushing through him. He could almost see the prayers taking flight, soaring toward the heavens like doves released from a cage. Each prayer, a precious offering, was imbued with the essence of hope, courage, and love, an unbreakable bond between the earthly and the divine. And just as Gabriel was about to respond to the man's silent yearnings, a sudden rush of wind swept through the chamber, a reminder that even in stillness, the spirit of change was ever present. The man hesitated, as if caught in a moment of disbelief. Was it truly possible that an archangel listened to his cries? Could his humble requests touch the heart of heaven? But Gabriel, sensing the man's uncertainty, pressed forward, the weight of centuries of intercessory power resting upon his shoulders. He wanted to remind the man that faith was a two-way street, a dance of trust and assurance. As the man's heart raced, Gabriel's energy enveloped him, urging him to release his fears and embrace the divine possibility unfolding before him. The air thickened once more, and a vision began to unfold. Gabriel could see the man's loved ones, their faces etched with worry and weariness. He felt the intensity of their struggles, the burden of their anxieties. Gabriel knew that this moment was more than just a private prayer. It was a call to action, an invitation for the Archangel to step into the fray, to intercede on behalf of those who could not find the words. With renewed fervor, the man lifted his voice higher, his pleas rising like smoke from an altar. The very fabric of existence seemed to shimmer, vibrating with the potency of his cries. And in the unseen realms, Gabriel nodded, his resolve solidifying. He was the conduit between heaven and earth, the vessel through which divine will flowed, and he was ready to act. As the tension mounted, the man felt a rush of energy surging through him, a connection to something far greater than himself. It was as if the universe held its breath, waiting for Gabriel's response. The Archangel leaned closer, ready to send forth the echoes of the man's prayers into the cosmos, where they would find their rightful place among the stars. Before the man could fully comprehend the magnitude of the moment, a flicker of light danced at the edge of his vision. Gabriel's radiant form shimmered in the semi-darkness, a reminder that he was not merely an observer, but an active participant in the sacred act of intercession. The moment was pregnant with potential, a convergence of hope, faith, and divine purpose, and the air crackled with anticipation. Gabriel's heart swelled with compassion, a profound sense of duty coursing through him. He was more than a messenger. He was a warrior of light, standing guard over the souls who dared to reach for the divine. And in this sacred space, where prayer and possibility intertwined, the stage was set for a powerful shift, an unfolding that would resonate through the very fabric of existence. As the man continued to pray, the Archangel readied himself to answer, knowing that every intercession held the power to change lives forever. In the dim light of an ancient temple, the air thick with incense and the weight of unspoken truths, a figure clad in flowing robes stepped forward, a presence so powerful it seemed to bend the very fabric of reality. Gabriel stood there, his luminous wings barely grazing the stone floor, casting ethereal shadows that danced along the walls as if whispering secrets of the cosmos. The flickering candles illuminated his face, revealing eyes that sparkled with an unfathomable knowledge, eyes that had witnessed the dawn of creation and the twilight of despair. It was said that those who encountered Gabriel felt an electric pulse of energy, a tingling wave that surged through their veins, awakening dormant memories and unearthing buried fears. Each moment held a weight, an intensity that left hearts racing and breaths caught in throats. Men and women alike had reported mystical experiences, brief glimpses into a world beyond the mundane, where time melted away and the soul soared free. In one such encounter, a shepherd named Eli, weary from a long day in the fields, found solace beneath the ancient olive trees. As twilight descended, cloaking the land in hues of orange and violet, he felt a stirring in the wind, a gentle whisper that caressed his skin. His heart raced. He looked up, and there was Gabriel, radiant and compelling. "Fear not," the angel spoke, his voice a symphony that resonated deep within Eli's spirit. The shepherd felt a warmth envelop him, and in that moment, the ordinary world faded away. Visions flooded his mind. Rolling hills bathed in golden sunlight, rivers that shimmered like silver serpents, and a sky lit by stars that sang of hope. As Eli stood transfixed, Gabriel revealed to him the interconnectedness of all beings. "You are but a thread in the grand tapestry of existence," he said, gesturing to the vastness around them. "Every action creates ripples through time and space." Eli's heart swelled with understanding, joy mingling with a tinge of sorrow. He was but one soul among billions, yet Gabriel's words made him feel profoundly significant. Each choice, each moment of kindness or cruelty, mattered. As the vision faded, Eli fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the weight of this revelation, tears streaming down his cheeks. The shepherd returned to his flock, forever changed, with a newfound purpose instilled deep within his heart. In another time, a young woman named Miriam climbed the steps of an ancient ziggurat, the sun setting behind her, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon her forward. She was searching for answers, wandering through life with questions that echoed in the recesses of her mind. As she reached the summit, breathless and trembling, Gabriel awaited her. His presence was like a balm to her weary soul, soothing the tumult within her. "Miriam," he said, his voice enveloping her like a soft embrace. "You seek truth, but truth is not found in words or doctrines. It is a feeling, a connection." The air shimmered, and suddenly, she was transported to a vast garden, flowers blooming in a riot of colors, their petals whispering secrets of the universe. Gabriel walked alongside her, pointing to a butterfly that danced on the breeze. "See how it flits from blossom to blossom? It does not worry of the future. It simply exists in the beauty of now." Miriam felt a rush of clarity. Her burdens began to lift as she breathed in the fragrant air. For the first time, she understood that life was not a series of hurdles to overcome, but a series of moments to be cherished. The joy of being alive surged through her, wrapping her in a cocoon of light. When she returned to the ziggurat, the sun had dipped below the horizon, but within her, a flame flickered brightly, illuminating her path forward. Gabriel had touched the hearts of many, each encounter steeped in emotion and revelation. In the streets of ancient Jerusalem, a group of men gathered, their faces lined with worry and despair. Their city was rife with conflict, hope dimming with each passing day. As they sat beneath the stars, Gabriel appeared, his wings casting a silvery glow over the troubled faces. "You are not alone," he reassured them, his voice like a gentle breeze that swept through their souls. With each word, he wove a narrative of resilience, urging them to look beyond their immediate struggles. He spoke of unity, of compassion and understanding, igniting a fire within them. They felt a surge of courage, an awakening that demanded action. As Gabriel departed, the men vowed to stand together, to lend a hand to those in need, to share their burdens and lift each other up. The city was transformed, their hearts alight with a shared purpose, echoing Gabriel's message far and wide. Even in the quiet corners of history, the whispers of Gabriel lingered. In the heart of the wilderness, a young monk meditated in solitude, seeking divine guidance. Days turned into nights as he grappled with his own doubts, the silence around him heavy with expectation. One fateful night, as the moon cast its silvery light upon the earth, Gabriel appeared, illuminating the forest in a dazzling radiance. "Your silence is a doorway," he declared, "but it is love that opens it." The monk felt a rush of emotion, tears flowing freely as he realized that the answers he sought were not in the isolation of his thoughts, but in the shared experience of love and connection. Gabriel taught him about compassion, about reaching out to others, and suddenly, the monk's heart was filled with an overwhelming urge to serve. His days transformed into acts of kindness, his life a testament to the power of love, rippling through the lives of those around him. As the stories of Gabriel's encounters spread like wildfire, they became woven into the fabric of human consciousness, igniting hope, illuminating paths, and transforming lives in ways that seemed almost miraculous. With every mystical experience, the angel left behind a legacy of inspiration, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light could break through, guiding souls towards a higher understanding of their existence. The air thickened with anticipation, each heart beating in sync with the unspeakable truths that lingered just beyond the veil. Gabriel's presence was a beacon in the night, an everlasting reminder that the divine could be found not just in moments of grandeur, but in the quiet stirrings of the everyday. As the stories unfolded, they breathed life into the ages, promising that the dance between the celestial and the earthly would forever continue. A tapestry of experiences woven with threads of faith, love, and the eternal quest for understanding. In the dim light of a candlelit chamber, shadows flicker across ancient texts, each page whispering secrets long forgotten. The air is thick with incense, reminiscent of a time when the celestial was entwined with the earthly, when the spiritual and the material danced in harmony. It is here, in this sacred space, that Gabriel's essence comes alive. A force of transformation and enlightenment, Gabriel embodies the celestial messenger, hailed not only in religious texts but also in the esoteric practices of astrology and alchemy. Gabriel, often depicted as the angel of revelation, holds a profound significance in astrology. His presence is like a cool breeze on a warm summer's day, refreshing and invigorating. He represents the planet Mercury, a symbol of communication, intellect, and the transmission of divine knowledge. Those who feel his influence often find themselves on the precipice of new ideas, their minds swirling with insights that shimmer like stars in the night sky. What is it about Gabriel that calls to the very essence of human curiosity? Perhaps it is his role as the harbinger of change, a reminder that transformation is ever looming. In astrology, Gabriel's positioning in a natal chart can reveal the depth of one's intellect and the sensitivity of one's spirit. A person touched by Gabriel's light often possesses a keen intuition, an inner voice guiding them through life's labyrinth. They are the seekers, the dreamers, the communicators who articulate the unspeakable truths of the universe. The moments when Gabriel's influence is most potent, a sudden insight, a spark of creativity, can feel as electrifying as a thunderstorm ripping through a still afternoon. This is not merely coincidence. It is Gabriel weaving his magic through the fabric of existence. As whispers of Gabriel's significance ripple through the ages, one cannot ignore his profound connection to alchemy. In this mystical tradition, he is not just a messenger, but a symbol of the soul's journey toward enlightenment. Alchemists, those ancient seekers of gold from lead, understood that true transformation required an inner metamorphosis as much as an external one. Gabriel personifies the catalyst, the fire that ignites the base metals of the human experience, urging the practitioner to refine their spirit. The process is fraught with challenges, yet it promises a treasure buried deep within. Throughout the annals of history, Gabriel has been invoked by countless figures, artists, philosophers, and mystics who sought to harness his power. Each sought the philosopher's stone, not just as a material object but as a metaphor for spiritual awakening. To them, Gabriel was the guiding star, illuminating the path to self-realization. They felt his presence in the quiet moments of reflection, in the chaos of creation, and in the silent understanding between souls. When they penned their thoughts, be it poetry, philosophy, or treatises on the nature of existence, they were channeling Gabriel's essence, striving to make the invisible visible. The great alchemist Paracelsus spoke of Gabriel as the angel who governed the mystical balance of nature, embodying the spirit of Mercury, the element revered for its transformative capabilities. Just as Mercury shifts and changes, adapting to its surroundings, so too does Gabriel urge humanity to adapt, to evolve, to embrace the fluidity of life. To understand Gabriel in alchemical terms is to acknowledge that the journey of transformation is not linear. It ebbs and flows like the tides, a reminder that every setback is but a setup for resurgence. Imagine a young alchemist, cloaked in robes of midnight blue, poring over the ancient texts that sing Gabriel's praises. His heart races with the thrill of discovery as he writes out the symbols that represent this celestial being: the crescent moon, a nod to intuition; the winged staff, a beacon of communication. Each stroke of his quill feels electric, each symbol imbued with the potency of Gabriel's energy. This is not mere practice. It is a sacred rite, an invocation of the divine spirit that fuels the creation of the new. Throughout history, those who have encountered Gabriel's influence often find their lives marked by synchronicity, where the universe conspires in beautiful, inexplicable ways. They experience moments of serendipity that seem to echo the messages of the cosmos. Gabriel, the angel of transitions, feeds the dreams of those who dare to chase after them, nudging them toward their destinies with a gentle push or a fervent shout. It's as if he holds a mirror to their souls, reflecting their true potential, urging them to step into the role they were destined for. The stories of Gabriel's symbolism ripple through time, from the ancient Greeks who revered him as a divine messenger to the medieval alchemists who saw him as a guide on the path to enlightenment. Each tale adds another layer to his legacy, a tapestry woven with threads of hope, transformation, and the eternal search for truth. In this search, Gabriel's spirit becomes a companion, a reminder that the quest for knowledge is both a burden and a blessing. As the candle flickers, casting dancing shadows on the walls, the air thickens with anticipation. The whispers of the past beckon, stories of seekers and sages who dared to reach for the stars, who believed in the power of transformation, and who embraced the beautiful chaos of existence. Gabriel waits, ever watchful, as the next chapter unfolds, his presence a steady flame guiding those willing to brave the unknown. The echoes of history intertwine with the present, creating a lush narrative tapestry where the quest for understanding continues, forever searching, forever yearning, forever illuminated by the light of Gabriel's wisdom. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dusty streets of ancient towns, where whispers of Gabriel's name floated through the air like a sacred hymn. In small gatherings, voices trembled with reverence as people spoke of his teachings, words that ignited hope yet bore the weight of moral responsibility. Gabriel, an archangel, was not merely a messenger but a beacon of light in a world often shrouded in darkness. His influence reached across centuries, bending the course of ethical thought and moral behavior. In the bustling market square of Jerusalem, a merchant paused, his eyes lighting up as he recalled the stories passed down through generations. He spoke of love, the merchant recounted, a love that binds us to one another and to the divine. This simple yet profound notion was the cornerstone of Gabriel's moral teachings. From the moment he delivered messages from the heavens, Gabriel emphasized compassion, urging humanity to care for the vulnerable and to practice forgiveness even when it seemed impossible. As if on cue, a young mother approached the merchant, her child clinging to her skirt, wide-eyed and curious. She had heard tales of Gabriel as well, stories of how he encouraged the downtrodden to rise, to believe in themselves when the world seemed intent on crushing their spirits. My grandmother once said that Gabriel taught us to see the face of God in every person, she said, her voice catching in her throat. Is it true? The merchant nodded, feeling the weight of her question. Gabriel's vision of humanity was radical. Every person, regardless of status, held inherent worth. This idea sent ripples through society, inspiring movements that sought to uplift the oppressed, each action a reflection of Gabriel's divine influence. Across the Roman Empire, the echoes of Gabriel's teachings resonated within the hearts of philosophers and commoners alike. In the candlelit corners of homes, families gathered to recount his messages. To act with justice is the highest form of worship, one philosopher declared, his voice rising passionately. It was Gabriel who inspired these ideas, urging humanity to align their actions with a higher moral code. In those moments, shadows of doubt flickered in the corners of those rooms. Would humanity truly heed Gabriel's call? Would they allow the teachings of love, justice, and mercy to guide their decisions? The tension hung thick in the air, as if Gabriel himself were watching, waiting for their answer. A group of young disciples, fervent in their beliefs, took to the streets. They donned simple robes, their hearts aflame with Gabriel's wisdom. "We are the messengers now," one declared, his voice steady but filled with an urgency that sent shivers down the spines of those who listened. "We must embody his teachings. We must challenge the corrupt and lift the suffering." His words carried with them the spirit of Gabriel, a call that demanded action and stirred the very souls of those who had long felt powerless. As the disciples preached, they encountered resistance. Those with power, accustomed to their privilege, scoffed at the naive idealism of the young. Yet, among the skeptics, seeds of doubt began to sprout. "What if they are right?" a wealthy merchant murmured to himself, considering the plight of his workers. Gabriel's influence was insidious, creeping into the hearts of those who had never before questioned their own moral compass. In the quiet of the evening, an elderly man sat on a stone bench, his gnarled hands clasped in thought. Gabriel's teachings had risen in the midst of his own struggles. He recalled the countless nights spent in hunger, the agony of watching his children suffer, and how, despite it all, he found solace in the words of the Archangel. "You must be the change," he whispered into the twilight, his voice barely above a whisper. "You must bring light to others." His resolve grew stronger with each passing day. A small flame ignited within him that mirrored Gabriel's light. It was this flame that began to ignite change in his community, prompting men to share what they had, women to lend a helping hand, and children to learn the importance of kindness. Yet, with every spark of hope, the darkness fought back. Jealousy, greed, and fear threatened to extinguish the light that Gabriel had kindled. The powerful pushed back, enforcing laws that favored the elite, suppressing the whispers of change that echoed in the streets. The tension curled tightly around the hearts of the hopeful, a storm brewing beneath the surface. In the depths of this struggle, Gabriel's influence loomed larger than life. His teachings echoed in the hearts of the brave who dared to resist the tide of oppression. They gathered in secret, sharing Gabriel's lessons like precious jewels, each word a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. "Love conquers all," they would chant, eyes shining with determination, even as the shadows loomed overhead. A new generation arose, emboldened by the stories of their elders. They carried Gabriel's message forward, believing deeply that every act of kindness, every act of justice, held the power to change the world. They were the children of a promise, nurtured by the teachings of the Archangel whose influence cut through the fabric of time, reminding humanity that moral integrity was not just a lofty ideal, but a necessary path to salvation. The weight of Gabriel's influence pressed down upon their shoulders yet lifted their spirits, as they dared to dream of a world transformed. As they took their first steps into the fray, the air thickened with possibility and tension, a palpable reminder that the battle for love and justice was far from over. Gabriel's legacy was alive and pulsing through their veins, a force that would not be easily extinguished. And so, the echoes of his teachings intertwined with the hopes of humanity, drawing them ever closer to a future illuminated by the light of compassion and understanding, urging them to stand firm as they faced the unknown ahead. A soft breeze whispered through the ancient trees, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of rain-soaked earth. It was said that when Gabriel appeared, the very air shimmered with a divine glow. Stories flowed through the ages of an angel whose name was spoken with reverence and awe. He wasn't just a messenger. He was a bridge between worlds, a figure whose presence ignited hope and fear alike. From the hallowed halls of ancient temples to the dimly lit corners of folklore, Gabriel has traversed the human experience, marking lives with his ethereal touch. In the Old Testament, he first emerged as the harbinger of monumental events. When the heavens parted and humanity quaked in anticipation, it was Gabriel who descended, wings like clouds and voice like thunder. To the prophet Daniel, he brought visions that stirred the soul, a promise of the future laced with dread. The weight of his words pressed against the hearts of those who dared to listen, filling them with both wonder and trepidation. How could one being hold such power? How could his mere presence shift the course of destinies? In Islamic tradition, Gabriel or Jibril stands as a pillar of faith. He is revered as the angel who delivered the sacred revelations of the Quran to Muhammad. The air buzzed with divine energy as Jibril spoke, his voice weaving threads of wisdom into the fabric of human understanding. The prophet, trembling yet resolute, felt the full force of the angel's power. Each word was a spark igniting a fire that would warm the hearts of millions across generations. The story of Gabriel was not just one of guidance. It was a tale of transformation, wherein fear turned into the fuel of faith. But tales of Gabriel are not confined to sacred texts. He danced through the narratives of folklore, appearing in countless cultures, each time wrapped in the colorful tapestry of local beliefs. In medieval Europe, he became an emblem of purity and virtue, often depicted in art as a radiant figure holding a lily, a symbol of grace. Artists, with brushes trembling in their hands, sought to capture the light that surrounded him, but none could truly encapsulate the essence of an entity so profound. The paintings spoke of serenity, but the stories whispered of his fierce power, the balance he maintained between heaven and earth, between mercy and justice. In the chilling winds of the Nordic lands, Gabriel transformed yet again. Here, he morphed into a protector of the souls that journeyed through the afterlife. The Norse believed that he guided the departed, ensuring they reached their rightful place, whether in Valhalla or Hell. These interpretations revealed a darker side to his character, a guardian who watched over the boundary between life and death. The thought of him standing at the threshold, powerful yet compassionate, sent shivers down the spine. Every tale told around flickering fires held a duality that was both comforting and haunting. The whispers of Gabriel reached even the distant shores of the Americas, where indigenous tribes spoke of celestial beings. Among the Aztecs, he was likened to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a being who descended from the heavens to impart knowledge. Legends intertwined, portraying Gabriel not just as an angel, but as a teacher, a beacon of enlightenment. In the stories passed down through generations, his essence lingered, a reminder of the divine within the human experience. The children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited. What would it feel like to meet such a powerful presence? In the shimmering sands of ancient Egypt, Gabriel's shadow stretched over the pharaohs, who believed in a divine connection to the universe. They sought his favor, knowing that his guidance could elevate their reigns to greatness. The tombs were adorned with paintings depicting celestial beings, and Gabriel often stood among them, his wings outstretched like sails, ready to guide the souls of the deceased to the afterlife. The air thickened with history as these souls whispered their desires to be watched over by such a magnificent guardian. Yet, amid the tales of reverence, there lurked the darker interpretations. In some legends, Gabriel was a harbinger of doom, a figure whose arrival signaled impending judgment. The very mention of his name could send fear coursing through the hearts of those who had strayed from the path of righteousness. The weight of expectation hung heavily on the shoulders of those who sought his approval, and the tension between hope and despair twisted like a vine around their souls. It was a reminder that with great power came great responsibility, and Gabriel was the embodiment of that truth. The intensity of his presence echoed through the ancient dialogues, fueling the imaginations of poets and storytellers. They painted vivid scenes of Gabriel soaring through the skies, a glimmering silhouette against the canvas of night. Each flutter of his wings sparked excitement and fear in equal measure, a dance between the divine and the mundane. In every retelling, a new layer emerged, a facet of Gabriel that spoke to the deepest fears and dreams of humanity. The stories twisted and turned, like a river carving its path through stone, each telling shaping the very fabric of culture. As the tales of Gabriel spun through time, they forged connections among people, binding them through shared beliefs and emotions. Mothers told stories of the angel to soothe their children, weaving in lessons of kindness and bravery. Before battles, soldiers would call upon his name, hoping for strength and protection. This powerful figure, with the ability to inspire both dread and devotion, became a touchstone for countless souls searching for meaning in a chaotic world. Desire and fear danced hand in hand, manifesting in art, music, and literature. Gabriel's name became synonymous with the human struggle, a reminder that the celestial often intertwines with the earthly. The eternal questions echoed in the hearts of every listener. What would you do if you stood before such a powerful being? Would you plead for mercy, or would you seek the truth, no matter how painful it may be? As the moon rose high in the sky, casting soft shadows over the land, the stories of Gabriel continued to weave through the fabric of existence, a thread of mystery connecting past and present. The air, charged with anticipation, hinted at the next chapter of his tale, a story that would twist and turn, echoing through the ages, forever inviting the curious and the brave to seek the unknown. The candle flickered a soft light, shadows dancing across the stone walls of a dimly lit chamber. Gabriel, a figure of ageless elegance, leaned against the cold granite, lost in thought. He felt the weight of centuries pressing down on him, each era shaping him, molding him into a being both powerful and vulnerable. Was he a guardian of history or merely a spectator? The echoes of the past whispered in his ears, urging him to remember. As a young man in the bustling streets of Renaissance Florence, Gabriel had possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He wandered through markets filled with vibrant colors and intoxicating aromas, his heart racing with the excitement of discovery. He was captivated by the works of Da Vinci and Michelangelo, their genius igniting a flame within him. But even then, shadows lurked beneath the surface. Gabriel grappled with the fleeting nature of beauty, aware that everything he adored would eventually fade. His youthful exuberance was tinged with an unshakable melancholy, a foreboding sense of loss that would haunt him through the ages. Time swept him across Europe to the fog-laden streets of London during the Great Plague. Gabriel, now an observer of human suffering, stood amidst the chaos, feeling the desperation and despair of the people around him. He watched as families crumbled under the weight of grief, and the once vibrant streets fell silent. This was a turning point for Gabriel. He found a deeper resonance within himself, a growing empathy for the fragile lives unfolding around him. Yet, with each death, he felt the threads of his own humanity unravel. How could he remain untouched by the suffering he witnessed? The question lingered in his mind like a haunting refrain. The Enlightenment brought a spark of hope, a new era of reason and progress. Gabriel found himself amidst thinkers and philosophers, the air thick with the exchange of ideas. He was drawn to the fervor of debate, the promise of a better future. Yet, in the shadows of the salons, he sensed a growing darkness. The very progress that ignited passion also bred discontent. Revolutions stirred, fueled by anger and betrayal. Gabriel's heart ached as he witnessed the fervor turn to violence, idealism morphing into chaos. He began to question the ideals he once embraced, wrestling with the duality of human nature, the light and dark entwined like an eternal dance. Years melted into decades, and Gabriel found himself in the midst of World War I, where the trenches reeked of death and despair. The earth shook with the sound of artillery, the cries of young men echoing in the air. Gabriel walked among them, an ethereal specter, unable to intervene yet compelled to bear witness. He saw courage interlaced with cowardice, acts of heroism overshadowed by unspeakable cruelty. In the mud and blood, Gabriel's heart hardened as he grappled with the question of sacrifice. Was it noble to fight for a cause when so many lives were lost? The futility of war hung heavy on his soul, and he began to question the very purpose of existence. Then came the Roaring Twenties, a time of vibrant energy and frenetic change. Gabriel danced through speakeasies, the music pulsing like a heartbeat, intoxicating and free. In this era of jazz and rebellion, he found himself drawn to the allure of life, the intoxicating possibility of love once more. But as the champagne flowed, a familiar ache resurfaced, the knowledge that nothing lasts. He watched as the glimmering facade of happiness wavered, revealing the underlying struggles of a society desperate to forget the darkness of the past. And there he stood, caught in the tide, a man forever in flux, torn between the joy of the moment and the sorrow of remembrance. The decades rolled on, each one molding Gabriel more profoundly. The horrors of World War II swept across the globe, plunging humanity into a darkness deeper than he had ever known. He could not bear to witness the atrocities, innocents caught in the crossfire, lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. Gabriel's heart, already weighed down by centuries of sorrow, nearly broke beneath the burden. He became a phantom in this world, an enigma hiding in plain sight, unable to reconcile the atrocities he witnessed with the beauty he once cherished. He wandered through the ruins of shattered cities, feeling the ghosts of the past wrap around him, their silent screams echoing in his mind. With the rise of technology and the dawn of the digital age, Gabriel found himself in a world of rapid change. The connections between people blossomed and withered in an instant, yet he felt a profound disconnection. What had humanity lost in its quest for progress? A sense of belonging? A shared understanding of the human experience? Gabriel roamed through bustling cities, observing the lives of countless individuals, each tethered to their devices, yet somehow more isolated than ever. The irony was not lost on him. The world had never been so connected, yet his heart ached for the warmth of genuine interaction. Through it all, Gabriel remained a witness to the ever-changing tapestry of human existence. He had lived through the rise and fall of empires, seen the cycles of love and loss, joy and despair. Each moment etched itself onto his being, shaping him into a complex soul, part philosopher, part warrior, part lover. Time, with its relentless march, had transformed him, yet deep within, the essence of who he was remained untouched. In this moment, as he gazed into the flickering candle, Gabriel felt the full weight of his journey. He was not just a product of the ages, he was a reflection of humanity itself. What lay ahead was a tapestry yet to be woven, a new chapter waiting to unfold. The flickering light illuminated the path, and he could sense the whispers of the future beckoning him forth. With a quiet, steadfast resolve, Gabriel stepped into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever awaited him, feeling the pulse of time quicken around him, a timeless dance that never truly ended. In a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with incense and the soft glow of flickering candles, a presence loomed, a figure draped in ethereal light, wings unfurling like the petals of a celestial flower. Gabriel, the Archangel, stood poised at the threshold between the heavens and the earth, a messenger bearing the weight of divine words. His eyes, deep wells of knowledge and compassion, shimmered with secrets of the universe, tantalizing yet heavy with the responsibility of the messages he carried. For centuries, Gabriel had been the bearer of tidings that could alter the course of humanity. Each whisper was a thread woven into the grand tapestry of fate, each commission a test of faith for those who dared to listen. His voice, gentle yet commanding, echoed through the ages, stirring the hearts of prophets, kings, and everyday souls alike. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the land, Gabriel recalled the moment he descended to Mary, a humble young woman in Nazareth. The world was different then, steeped in tradition and expectation, yet here was a woman poised to change everything. "Rejoice, Mary," he had said, his voice like a balm, "for you will conceive and bear a son, and you will call him Jesus." The moment hung in the air, electric with possibility, the heavens holding their breath as she processed the enormity of the divine message. It was a simple encounter, yet it rippled through time, igniting faith in hearts around the globe. In the streets of ancient Babylon, Gabriel had appeared to the prophet Daniel, a figure with wisdom and courage. There, in the shadows of towering ziggurats and bustling markets, he spoke of visions and revelations, of times to come and kingdoms to rise and fall. 70 weeks are decreed for your people, he proclaimed, the weight of prophecy laced within his every word. The people listened, their hearts racing, as the angel's messages unfurled a narrative that would shape history. But his role was not merely to relay messages. It was to connect the divine with the human, to bridge the chasm between mere mortals and the ethereal. Gabriel was the embodiment of hope, the infuser of courage. In the faces of those he encountered, he saw their fears, fears of the unknown, of the burdens they carried. He felt the pulse of their dreams, their longings for answers that felt just beyond their reach. In the quiet moments of reflection, Gabriel contemplated the significance of being a divine messenger. Every time he unfurled his wings and took flight, he was acutely aware that he was not just delivering words, he was delivering destinies. The gravity of his purpose weighed heavily upon him, yet he found solace in knowing that he was a part of something far greater than himself. During a fateful night in the bustling city of Jerusalem, where the shadows danced on the ancient stones like whispers of forgotten tales, Gabriel visited Zechariah, a man filled with doubt. "Your prayer has been heard," he said, his voice resonating through the stillness. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as he delivered news that would transform Zechariah's life forever. A son, John, who would pave the way for the Messiah. A revelation that sent shivers down the spines of all who were destined to hear it. As Gabriel soared through the cosmos, he witnessed the struggles of humanity, the wars, the heartbreak, the moments of profound love. He felt the ebb and flow of emotion, the triumphs and tragedies that defined the human experience. Here was a messenger not just to convey divine will but to embody the spirit of empathy, to understand the intricate tapestry of life. In every corner of the earth, Gabriel's influence spread, touching the hearts of believers and skeptics alike. In the quiet solitude of a lonely night, when doubts crept in like shadows, his presence would stir within the hearts of those who sought guidance. "Fear not," he would whisper, a timeless refrain, igniting a flicker of hope in their souls. The world turned, centuries passed, yet the essence of Gabriel remained timeless. His story intertwined with the very fabric of faith, a reminder of the divine connection that exists between the celestial and the earthly. He watched as civilizations rose and fell, as empires crumbled under the weight of their own ambitions. Through it all, the concept of the divine messenger endured, a beacon of hope illuminating the darkest of nights. As the hustle of the world continued, Gabriel remained vigilant, waiting for those moments when a heart would seek, when a soul would yearn for clarity. His wings, though unseen, rustled in the quiet spaces, ready to carry forth the weight of words that could change lives. In the heart of a small village, a child knelt by her bedside, whispering prayers into the night, her innocence radiant in the darkness. Gabriel hovered nearby, a silent guardian, sensing her hopes and fears. He longed to lend her strength, to instill in her the knowledge that she was never alone. For every child who prayed, every soul who sought solace, he was there, the invisible thread that connected them to the divine. The fabric of time wove on, and with each stitch, Gabriel's presence grew stronger. He watched over the ages, a silent witness to the unfolding stories of humanity, ready to engage when the moment was right. Each encounter was a spark, igniting a flame of faith, each message a call to action, a chance for humanity to rise above its limitations. And as the world spun on its axis, as the moon rose and fell, Gabriel knew that the essence of his mission would forever echo through the ages, an eternal reminder that the divine and the mortal were intertwined, forever connected by the threads of faith and purpose. On a stormy evening, thunder crackled in the sky like the very voice of God, and in a small, candlelit room, a group of diverse faces sat in a circle, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Each person held tightly to their beliefs, their histories, their pain, and their hopes, yet they were united by something deeper, an unquenchable thirst for understanding. In this sacred space, Gabriel stood at the center, not merely as a figure of authority, but as a bridge, a living testament to the power of interfaith dialogue. Gabriel was no ordinary man. His name, whispered in reverence across cultures, evoked stories of angelic messengers and divine truths. Yet, it was not his celestial associations that defined him. It was his unwavering commitment to fostering conversations that transcended barriers. He had long understood that faith, while often seen as a dividing line, could also serve as a common ground where differences danced in harmony. As he glanced around the room, Gabriel sensed the tension in the air, thick and electric. The Christian pastor, with a furrowed brow, spoke passionately about the need for salvation through Jesus. The Muslim scholar countered gently, reminding him of the mercy of Allah and the shared lineage of Abraham. Next came the Jewish rabbi, whose voice quivered with emotion as he recounted the history of suffering and resilience, tying it seamlessly to the suffering of others. Each voice, distinct and resonant, carried the weight of centuries, and Gabriel felt the gravity of their words, like the pull of the moon on a restless sea. "Let us remember," Gabriel interjected softly, "that our stories, while unique, are also intertwined." His voice broke the tension, and for a moment, the storm outside seemed to quiet, as if the universe itself was listening. Every faith teaches love, compassion, and understanding. Can we not find a way to embrace our differences as strengths rather than weaknesses? A silence enveloped the room as Gabriel's words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting the hearts of those present. The pastor shifted, considering the possibility that his faith could be part of a larger tapestry rather than existing in isolation. The rabbi nodded, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as he recalled the nights spent questioning his own beliefs in the face of communal suffering. The Muslim scholar leaned forward, eager to weave his narrative into the burgeoning dialogue, recognizing the power that lay in shared stories. Gabriel's ability to create a safe space was not merely an illusion. It was rooted in his own experiences. Years earlier, he had walked through the ashes of conflict, witnessing firsthand the devastation that ignorance could wreak. He had seen friends torn apart by hate and misunderstanding. It was then that he vowed to dedicate his life to bridging the gaps, to turning the tide of animosity into waves of compassion. Each encounter with those of differing faiths was a step toward healing, not just for them, but for himself as well. The conversations deepened, each word resonating with the weight of history. They spoke of the Crusades, the Inquisition, and the partitions that had scarred nations and souls alike. Gabriel guided them gently, reminding them that history is a mirror, reflecting not just the ugliness of humanity, but also our capacity for forgiveness and growth. We cannot change the past, he said, but we can learn from it. The stories we tell today can pave the way for a brighter tomorrow. Tension flickered like the dying candles as the group began to share personal anecdotes, tales of love that transcended faith, of friendships forged in the heat of adversity. A young woman spoke up, her hands trembling as she recounted how her interfaith marriage had faced ridicule. Yet, she found strength in love, a love that had blossomed against the odds, woven with threads of respect and understanding. Gabriel watched her speak, his heart swelling with pride as he realized that each person present carried a flicker of hope, a desire to create a world where such love flourished. The dialogue swelled and ebbed, a symphony of voices coming together in harmony. Gabriel's heart raced as he witnessed understanding unfold like petals of a flower, blooming in the gentle light of acceptance. Then, a sudden hush fell over the group as they turned their gazes toward the window. The storm had passed, leaving the world outside glistening under a cloak of fresh rain. Light broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue that illuminated their faces, a divine reminder that even after the darkest storms, light could emerge. "Can you feel it?" Gabriel asked, his voice trembling with emotion. "This is what we can do together. We can be the light in someone's darkness. We can show the world that our faiths, while different, can illuminate the same truth." Just then, the door creaked open, and an elderly man entered, his presence commanding attention. He was a revered elder from a local indigenous community, his face etched with the wisdom of countless years. As he took his place in the circle, Gabriel felt a rush of anticipation. This man carried stories that transcended time, wisdom that had been passed down through generations. With a warm smile, the elder began to speak, his voice rich like a deep river flowing through history. He spoke of creation stories, of the earth as a living being, of the spirit that breathed life into every creature. Gabriel was captivated, realizing that this was another thread in the tapestry they were weaving together. Each faith, each culture held a piece of the great puzzle of existence. As the elder finished, Gabriel felt the weight of the moment press down on him. The conversations had grown into something more than mere dialogue. They had transformed into a shared vision. The group was no longer just a collection of individuals, but a community bound by a common purpose. Gabriel sensed that they were on the brink of something monumental, a shift that could ripple through their lives and beyond. But just as hope surged through the room, a voice of dissent broke the spell. A young man, his face flushed with anger, rose from his seat. "This is all just talk," he exclaimed, frustration lacing his words. "While we sit here discussing harmony, people are being hurt out there, in our own communities. How do we make this real?" Gabriel felt a chill run down his spine, but he also recognized the raw truth in the young man's outburst. Tension crackled once more, thickening the air. "How do we turn our words into action?" the young man pressed, his eyes blazing with conviction. In that moment, Gabriel's heart raced, sensing both the fear and the possibility that lay ahead. The storm may have passed outside, but the real tempest was just beginning within their circle. A challenge to rise beyond mere conversation and into the realm of change. "Let's harness this fire," Gabriel urged, his voice steady and calming. "Let us not shy away from the responsibility we hold. Together, let's create a plan, a real path forward. A path that not only acknowledges our differences but celebrates them. A path that leads to concrete actions. And as those words left his lips, the room held its breath, the air thick with anticipation and the electric spark of possibility. The flickering candles, now a symbol of their unity, cast a warm glow on the faces of those who dared to dream of a different world. A world where dialogue turned into harmony and harmony fueled action. Outside, the storm clouds began to part, revealing an expansive sky, as if the universe itself was watching, waiting, hoping. And as Gabriel stood among them, the future shimmered with the promise of change, the turning of a page in a story that was far from over. In a quiet room illuminated by flickering candlelight, a young woman sits cross-legged on a soft, worn rug. The air is thick with the scent of sandalwood, and the rhythmic sound of her breath fills the space. In front of her rests a small altar adorned with crystals, photos, and a single white candle. As she closes her eyes, whispers of ancient wisdom dance through her mind, and she feels a presence nearby, an unmistakable energy that sends shivers down her spine. This is her moment of connection, a sacred communion with the Archangel Gabriel. Gabriel has long been seen as the messenger of God, a bridge between the human and the divine. In contemporary spiritual practices, this role has transformed, evolving into something that resonates deeply with those seeking guidance, clarity, and inspiration in their daily lives. People no longer just look to Gabriel as a distant figure from religious texts. They see him as a companion, a source of strength in times of uncertainty. In this era, Gabriel embodies hope, creativity, and the profound ability to communicate truth. The story of Gabriel stretches back thousands of years, tracing paths through sacred scriptures, ancient scrolls, and oral traditions. He first appears in the Hebrew Bible as the angel who announced the birth of John the Baptist to Zechariah. Over centuries, he became synonymous with divine revelations, appearing to Mary with news of the miraculous birth of Jesus. These moments were not just pivotal in religious history. They ignited a flame of inspiration that continues to burn brightly in the hearts of many today. In modern times, Gabriel's essence has woven itself into various spiritual practices. Crystal healers often invoke his name while using stones like aquamarine, associated with clarity and communication. Therapists and life coaches might call upon his energy when guiding their clients through tough conversations, helping them find the right words to express hidden truths. In meditation circles, the name of Gabriel is whispered with reverence, as practitioners seek to align their energies with his divine frequency. One can almost hear the collective heartbeat of those who have come to feel Gabriel's presence in their lives. A father, worried about his child's future, lights a candle, seeking guidance. A writer, grappling with a blank page, looks to the heavens for inspiration. Each moment of doubt, each flicker of hope, seems to resonate with Gabriel's symbolic essence. As they channel their thoughts and prayers, the air crackles with anticipation, electric with the possibility of what Gabriel might reveal. Imagine a gathering of seekers in a cozy space, candles illuminating their faces, casting shadows that sway with their emotions. Each person holds a crystal, a tangible tool to connect with the angelic. A woman named Clara, who has struggled with her self-worth, feels the warm glow of aquamarine in her palm. She closes her eyes and speaks softly, her voice trembling. "Gabriel, help me find my voice." The room falls silent. Her vulnerability hangs in the air, thick and palpable. In that shared silence, something miraculous occurs. The energy shifts, and the room seems to breathe with her. As the evening unfolds, stories of connection swirl around like the smoke from burning sage. One man recounts how he called on Gabriel during a particularly difficult decision, feeling a gentle nudge toward the choice that would ultimately change his life. Another shares her experience of receiving a sign, a feather, perhaps, or a whisper in the wind, confirming that she was not alone. Each story is a thread woven into a tapestry of shared experience, binding them together in a sacred understanding of Gabriel's presence among them. Gabriel's influence extends even into the realm of art. Painters, musicians, and poets often invoke his spirit when creating. The fluid lines of a brushstroke, the delicate notes of a melody, the powerful words of a poem, all seem to echo the messages that Gabriel embodies. Artists speak of Gabriel moments, those instances when creativity flows effortlessly, as if guided by a divine hand. The connection to Gabriel becomes a lifeline for many, a reminder that inspiration is not merely a product of hard work, but a collaboration with something greater. In the stillness of the night, when the world quiets and the stars twinkle like distant lanterns, those who seek Gabriel know that they can reach out. With every prayer, every thought, they weave a connection that transcends time and space. They sit, eyes closed, breathing in the stillness, and in that silence, Gabriel whispers back. His messages are often subtle, but they resonate deeply, hints of encouragement, nudges toward creativity, and the gentle reminder to embrace one's truth. In this modern world, where so many feel lost or disconnected, Gabriel's presence offers a beacon of hope. People gather in circles, forming communities where they can express their fears and dreams, sharing their experiences with the Archangel. They understand that in inviting Gabriel into their lives, they are not just seeking answers. They are opening themselves to a dialogue that can transform their reality. As the night deepens, the flickering candles cast dancing shadows on the walls, and the energy in the room shifts. A new seeker enters, drawn by an indescribable feeling, a pull toward the sacred gathering. They may not yet know it, but a journey awaits them, one that intertwines with Gabriel's essence, where their questions will find answers and their hearts will open in ways they never imagined. The air thickens with possibility, and as the circle of seekers welcomes this newcomer, the bond they share with Gabriel strengthens, creating a ripple effect of connection that reaches far beyond the room. The stories of Gabriel in contemporary practices are far from over. They continue to unfold, interwoven with the lives of those who reach out, seeking solace and wisdom. Each experience, a note in a grand symphony, plays into the greater narrative of humanity's quest for understanding, connection, and divine love. The candle's flame flickers, casting a glow on the path ahead, inviting all who seek to step closer to the light. And in that light, Gabriel stands, ever watchful, ever willing to guide, inspire, and connect. In a time long past, in the flickering candlelight of ancient temples, a figure cloaked in radiant light stirred the hearts of many. Gabriel, the Archangel, was not simply a messenger. He was a bridge between the divine and the human, carrying whispers of hope and fiery declarations of faith. His presence lingered like a sweet fragrance in the air, inviting all who encountered him to believe in something greater than themselves. As the dawn broke over Jerusalem one morning, the air crackled with anticipation. Children spilled from their homes, their laughter mingling with the songs of birds. But there was a hush that fell over the crowd as they gathered near the temple. An elderly priest, with eyes that held the weight of centuries, began to recount the story of Gabriel's appearances. His voice trembled with emotion, each word dancing in the minds of the listeners like a flame seeking warmth. Gabriel, he whispered reverently, was the one who brought the message of hope to Mary, the mother of our Savior. He appeared amid shadows, illuminating the path ahead. The people held their breath as the priest spoke of the weight of that moment, the fear and wonder in Mary's heart, the miracle of new life, and the promise of redemption. Gabriel's legacy did not merely belong to history. It pulsed through the veins of every believer, igniting a fire that would shape the very foundations of faith. The Archangel's essence flowed through the rituals and prayers, echoing in the hallowed halls of churches and synagogues alike. In the centuries that followed, the echoes of Gabriel resonated far and wide. Monasteries sprang to life amidst the serene landscapes of Europe, where monks dedicated their lives to prayer and devotion. They would often speak of Gabriel in hushed tones, revering him as a guardian of divine truth. In a quiet corner of a snow-covered abbey, a young monk named Thomas knelt before an altar, his heart heavy with doubt. "Oh, Gabriel," he murmured, "if only you could guide me, show me a sign." Just then, a flicker of light danced across the wooden beams above, illuminating the dim room with a soft, golden glow. Thomas felt a rush of warmth envelop him, a sensation that coursed through his veins, washing away his fears. He looked up, eyes wide, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a figure enveloped in light. Was it Gabriel? The doubt that had clung to him melted away, replaced by an unshakable faith that fueled his every step. Yet Gabriel's influence was not confined to the quiet solace of monasteries. In great cathedrals, ornate and towering, the faithful gathered in droves, their voices mingling in a symphony of prayer. The stained glass windows, depicting the Archangel in moments of divine intervention, served as a reminder of his unwavering presence. During a particularly fervent Mass, the congregation sang hymns that seemed to transcend time, each note reverberating with the promise of Gabriel's legacy. But not all stories were filled with light. In the shadows of history, there were those who twisted Gabriel's message, using it to justify their own ambitions. The Crusades, a tumultuous storm of faith and fervor, saw Gabriel invoked by leaders seeking power and glory. In the heat of battle, soldiers raised their swords high, believing they fought under the Archangel's gaze. The cries of the fallen echoed hauntingly across the lands, and in those moments, Gabriel became both a symbol of hope and a weapon of conflict. As years turned into centuries, Gabriel remained a beacon of light through the turmoil. Churches, synagogues, and mosques across the globe paid homage to him, each in their own way. The alehouses of the Middle Ages buzzed with tales of the Archangel, where the old and young alike sought solace in his stories. The tavern keeper, a burly man with a heart as big as his belly, would spin tales of Gabriel's grace, captivating his patrons with visions of heavenly messengers descending upon the weary. And then there were the artists, painters and sculptors who sought to capture Gabriel's essence in their works. They poured their souls into every brushstroke, every chisel mark, striving to immortalize the Archangel in ways that words could never convey. In a dimly lit studio, a struggling artist named Eliza wrestled with feelings of inadequacy. She could feel the weight of expectation pressing down on her, and the image of Gabriel danced in her mind like a dream just out of reach. With each stroke of her brush, she poured her pain and hope onto the canvas, channeling the divine inspiration she believed Gabriel offered to all artists. In the quiet of the night, as the moon cast its silver light across the landscape, Eliza stepped back from her creation. She gasped at the sight before her, a luminous figure with wings unfurled, radiating warmth and love. It was as if Gabriel himself had reached through the veil of time to embrace her struggles and breathe life into her art. In that moment, she realized that her work was not just for her but for everyone who sought a glimpse of the divine. Through the ages, the legacy of Gabriel transcended cultural boundaries, stitching together the fabric of faith across continents. His name found its place in sacred texts, whispered in prayers, and sung in hymns. In moments of despair, believers would call upon him, seeking protection, guidance, and a sense of belonging. As shadows threatened to engulf the hearts of many, Gabriel's light became a sanctuary of hope. And so, as the world turned and history unfolded, the story of Gabriel continued to ripple through time, a testament to the power of belief, the strength of community, and the unyielding nature of faith. His legacy, woven into the very essence of religious institutions, remained alive, a chorus of voices rising in unity, echoing through the ages, waiting for the next chapter to unfurl. The air crackled with anticipation as angelic figures shimmered in the celestial light, their wings a tapestry of brilliance. Gabriel, the messenger, stood at the crossroads of divine purpose, a bridge between the heavenly and the earthly. His presence was magnetic, yet there was a complexity in his relationships with the other archangels that whispered of both camaraderie and tension. Raphael, the healer, hovered nearby, his aura a soothing green. He believed in the sanctity of life, often clashing with Gabriel's urgency. Not all messages must be delivered at once. Raphael would remind Gabriel, his voice a gentle breeze. But Gabriel, with his heart pounding like a distant drum, felt the weight of time pressing against him. Each mission to deliver God's word felt like a race against a ticking clock. He loved Raphael's calm, but the truth was, the world needed his haste. Then there was Michael, the warrior, whose courage was as fierce as fire. He stood like a sentinel, always ready for battle. The bond between them was forged in the heat of conflict. They fought side by side in ancient times, their spirits intertwined on the battlefield. When Gabriel had to deliver grim news of impending war, Michael met him with steely resolve. "The truth may hurt, but it must be known," Michael would state, his voice echoing with authority. Gabriel admired Michael's strength, yet the fear of what he had to say gnawed at him. Would this be the moment when their brotherhood would face a fracture? Gabriel's relationship with Uriel, the light of God, brought a different layer of complexity. Uriel was the keeper of wisdom, a being of profound understanding. Often, when Gabriel rushed to fulfill his missions, Uriel would pause him with a knowing look. "There is wisdom in patience, my brother," he would say, a quiet intensity in his voice. Gabriel respected Uriel's intellect, but he trembled at the thought. What if his urgency was the very thing that saved a soul? Would Uriel's wisdom ever comprehend the weight of a single, desperate plea for help? As they stood together, these archangels formed a constellation of purpose, each star representing their roles in the divine plan. Yet, beneath the surface, an unspoken tension simmered. Gabriel often felt like he was running a race without a finish line, while his brothers and sisters offered him calm and clarity. The harmony they shared was beautiful, but there were moments when Gabriel sensed that they were all drifting on the currents of fate, each with their own mission, their own burdens. In the grand tapestry of history, there were echoes of their collaborations. During the great plagues that swept the earth, Gabriel had delivered messages of hope and warning. Raphael's presence was felt in the healing of the sick, while Michael rallied the faithful, igniting their courage against despair. Uriel illuminated their path, ensuring wisdom tempered their actions. Yet, after each calamity, Gabriel wondered if they had truly united, or if their paths were meant to diverge, leaving traces of doubt in their wake. One fateful day in the realm of humanity, a moment marked with the sharpness of destiny, Gabriel found himself standing at the threshold of a village gripped by fear. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and despair, and cries echoed through the streets. He was to deliver a message of hope, but as he stepped forward, he felt the presence of his brothers. Michael stood to his left, ready to defend against the shadows of doubt. Raphael hovered close, his healing light ready to mend what was broken. Uriel, with a thoughtful gaze, whispered insights only Gabriel could hear. Together, they formed an unbreakable wall against the darkness threatening to consume the village. It was in that moment that Gabriel understood the beautiful chaos of their relationships. Each archangel contributed a unique essence to their collective mission. Gabriel's heart swelled with pride, yet a pang of fear lingered. If he faltered, would the harmony they had forged be lost to the winds of time? Time passed and battles were fought. Each encounter with humanity offered a glimpse into their shared struggles. Gabriel felt the weight of his messages, both uplifting and haunting. He delivered warnings of impending storms and joyful tidings of births and unions. In each interaction, he felt the pulse of his brothers guiding him, their energy intertwining with his own. But there were days when doubt crept in, when he questioned whether his urgency was indeed a gift or a curse. In the darkest hours, Gabriel often turned to his companions. He would watch Raphael as he comforted the broken, feeling a warmth that soothed his own restless spirit. He marveled at Michael's fearless battles against evil, each swing of his sword echoing justice throughout the realms. Uriel's wisdom became a refuge, a guiding star in times of uncertainty. And yet, amidst the unity, a question loomed large. Did they truly understand each other's burdens? Did they grasp the depths of one another's fears? Time spun on, weaving stories of triumph and heartache, laughter and sorrow. Gabriel often found himself caught in the whirlwind of emotion, a dance that mirrored the relationships he held dear. The bonds between them were not merely celestial. They were woven through shared history, infused with laughter and tears. Each archangel carried a piece of the other's heart, a fragment of their essence that shaped their purpose. Gabriel knew that these relationships were as fragile as they were strong, a delicate balance of trust and vulnerability. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the celestial realm, Gabriel felt the weight of his mission. He understood that while they were united in purpose, they were also individuals, each wrestling with their own fears and aspirations. In the glowing twilight, they stood together, a testament to their intertwined fates. Each glimmering light represented not just their roles but the sacrifices they made for one another. And in that moment, with the stars shimmering above, the air filled with unspoken promises and anticipation, Gabriel made a vow to honor these relationships, knowing that together, they would face whatever lay ahead. The current of their existence flowed seamlessly into the next chapter of their story, an unending cycle of love, duty, and the eternal quest for understanding. Gabriel stood on the edge of a vast, shimmering lake, the surface reflecting a sky painted in hues of orange and purple as the sun sank below the horizon. The world around him felt alive, pulsating with the energy of existence. He had always been a seeker, an individual drawn to the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of reality. Even as a child, he had gazed up at the stars, wondering about the fabric of the universe and his place within it. In the quiet of that moment, a strange thought flickered through his mind, a connection between the celestial and the earthly. Gabriel had read about ancient scholars who tried to marry science with philosophy, men like Galileo and Descartes, who dared to challenge the norms of their time. They had peered into the depths of space and the nature of thought, laying the groundwork for a new understanding of the world. Yet, even as they revolutionized human thought, they faced ridicule and resistance. Gabriel felt a thrill at the thought of standing on their shoulders, searching for answers in a world that had changed dramatically but still held onto the same fundamental questions. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the echoes of those who had come before him. He recalled how the Enlightenment had sparked an age of reason, where thinkers like Kant and Hume wrestled with concepts of morality and existence. They debated the very essence of what it means to be human, striving to understand consciousness and the nature of reality. Gabriel's heart raced as he pondered the continuity of that quest. Would he find answers to questions that had haunted humanity for centuries? Could he, too, connect the dots? As twilight deepened, a flicker of light caught his eye. Gabriel turned to see a shooting star streak across the sky, a fleeting moment that encapsulated the vastness of existence. He felt the weight of history in that instant, a convergence of past and present. How many had looked to the heavens and asked, "What does it all mean?" He thought of the philosophers who had turned to the cosmos for answers, who had seen divine patterns in the movements of planets and the laws of physics. Did they not believe that the universe whispered secrets to those willing to listen? With each breath, Gabriel felt the tension between science and philosophy stretching like a taut string ready to snap. He thought of the pioneers of modern science, Einstein, Hawking, and Curie, who had ventured into realms of thought previously unimagined, unraveling the mysteries of time, space, and matter. They had faced not only the challenge of understanding the universe, but the philosophical implications of their findings. How could their groundbreaking theories coexist with age-old beliefs? As he stood there, he felt the pulse of history, a rhythm that echoed the struggles and triumphs of those who had dared to think differently. He felt a shiver run down his spine, not from the chill in the air but from the weight of knowledge and the burden of inquiry. What if the answers lay not just in equations and experiments, but in the very act of questioning? Gabriel longed to know if the search for truth was as important as the discovery itself. Would the universe reveal its secrets to him, or would he, like those before him, remain forever grasping at the edges of understanding? Suddenly, a memory flashed before him. A lecture he had attended on the philosophy of science, a discussion on the nature of reality and perception. The speaker had posed a haunting question. Is reality something we discover, or do we create it with our thoughts? Gabriel's heart raced as he contemplated the implications. If reality was malleable, what did it mean for existence itself? He felt a mix of excitement and trepidation swell within him. The stars began to twinkle above, and Gabriel was reminded of his childhood dreams. He had always imagined himself as an explorer, charting unknown territories. But now, The exploration was within himself and the very ideas that shaped his worldview. The intertwining of science and philosophy felt like a dance, a delicate balance between tangible proof and abstract thought. He could feel an invisible thread connecting him to the great thinkers who had come before, a tapestry of ideas woven through time. As he looked out over the lake, Gabriel felt as if he were staring into the depths of the universe itself. The water rippled gently, each wave a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. He thought of how quantum physics challenged the very foundation of reality, revealing a world where particles could exist in multiple states at once. Could it be that our understanding of existence was merely a reflection of our limited perceptions? The thought sent a thrill through him, igniting a passion he had not known before. He imagined the conversations that must have occurred between scientists and philosophers throughout history, the debates that had ignited revolutions in thought. What would they say if they could witness this moment? Would they cheer him on, urging him to push the boundaries of understanding even further? Or would they warn him of the dangers that came with such pursuits, the loneliness of the seeker, the burden of knowledge? With every pulse of his heart, Gabriel felt the urgency of the quest. He wanted to break free from the shackles of convention, to forge new pathways that united the empirical with the mystical. Could science and philosophy coexist not only as disciplines but as companions on this quest for truth? The questions spiraled within him like a whirlwind, each one more tantalizing than the last, each one drawing him deeper into the labyrinth of thought. Time seemed to slip away as he stood there, enveloped in the twilight and the weight of his reflections. Gabriel realized that the journey he was on was not just about finding answers. It was about the very act of questioning that fueled the human spirit. He felt a surge of hope as he contemplated the future, a future where the boundaries of knowledge continued to expand, revealing new horizons that beckoned him forward. As darkness enveloped the world, Gabriel took a deep breath, feeling the crisp night air fill his lungs. The stars shimmered above, a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lay ahead. With a heart full of determination, he vowed to carry forward the legacy of those who had dared to challenge the unknown, to continue the conversation that had begun centuries ago. The quest for understanding was alive within him, and he was ready to embrace it with open arms. A flame ignited within that would not be easily extinguished. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden light across the remnants of a once vibrant village. The whispers of history hung in the air, echoing the dreams and despair of those who had walked these streets long before. Gabriel stood in the center of it all, an emblem of hope, his presence a beacon that promised a better tomorrow. His eyes held a fire, a spark of passion ignited by the struggle for redemption and the unwavering belief that even in the darkest times, light could seep through the cracks. In the year of 1871, the world was rife with turmoil. The streets of Paris, once alive with laughter and the frenzied energy of artists and revolutionaries, were now overshadowed by the pall of war and unrest. Gabriel had witnessed the chaos unfold. He had seen the wounds inflicted on the hearts of men and women, families torn apart by the relentless grip of suffering. Yet, amid the rubble and the cries for justice, he emerged, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, determined to weave a tapestry of hope amidst despair. His journey began in the shadow of the mighty Notre Dame, where the echoes of history reverberated through the stones, telling tales of both glory and pain. Here, Gabriel found solace, his spirit intertwined with the stories of those who had sought forgiveness and healing within its sacred walls. He spent hours wandering the cobbled streets, listening to the laments of the lost, drawing strength from their shared sorrow. Each soul he encountered added another thread to his ever-growing resolve. With every passing day, the whispers of the past clung to him, firmer than the fabric of his worn coat. Gabriel became a bridge between the living and the dead, a messenger of hope in a world that had nearly forgotten how to dream. "You are stronger than the shadows that creep upon you," he would tell the weary travelers. "Hold fast to the belief that dawn will come again." His voice, though soft, carried with it a weight that wrapped around the hearts of those who heard him, sparking a flicker of courage in their eyes. But hope does not rise without challenge. The specter of despair loomed larger than life, threatening to snuff out the fragile flame that Gabriel fanned. In the streets, he witnessed the desperation of the common folk as they fought against starvation and oppression. The cries for change resonated in his heart, igniting a fire that would not be easily quenched. It was in those moments of anguish that he found himself standing shoulder to shoulder with revolutionaries, their faces painted with determination, their hearts beating as one. As tensions escalated, the city erupted into chaos. The sounds of gunfire and anguished screams filled the air, a cacophony that would haunt the memories of those who survived. Gabriel, undeterred by the violence surrounding him, pressed forward. He became a symbol of resilience, offering aid to the wounded and hope to the hopeless. In the midst of the storm, he became a living testament that redemption was not merely a distant dream. It was within reach, waiting to be embraced. In one harrowing moment, he found himself in the thick of a confrontation, standing before a group of soldiers brandishing weapons, their faces obscured by masks of anger and fear. Gabriel's heart raced, not with fear for himself but for those who had gathered behind him, trembling like leaves in a fierce wind. "We are not your enemies," he shouted, his voice cutting through the din like a knife, raw and powerful. "We seek only a chance, a breath of life, a moment of kindness in this tumultuous world." For a fleeting second, time seemed to freeze. The soldiers hesitated, their resolve waning against the palpable hope Gabriel radiated. In that heartbeat, when the impossible hung in the balance, a flicker of understanding passed between them, a recognition of shared humanity. It was a moment suspended in time, a dance between fear and compassion that left the onlookers breathless. Just as the tension began to ease, a deafening explosion shattered the fragile peace. The ground trembled beneath them, and chaos erupted anew. Gabriel instinctively moved, rushing to protect a child who had fallen amidst the debris. His heart raced as he pulled the innocent girl into his arms, cradling her against his chest as they stumbled to safety. In that one act of courage, he became more than a man. He embodied the very essence of hope. The days turned into weeks, and the struggle for redemption continued, woven into the fabric of the city like the threads of a tapestry. Gabriel's presence became a balm for the wounds of the people. Stories of his bravery spread like wildfire, igniting a movement that brought together those who once felt isolated by their circumstances. They marched side by side, united by the belief that change was possible, that redemption was not just a concept but a living, breathing reality. As the sun set on the horizon once more, casting long shadows across the rubble, Gabriel stood at the forefront of a gathering crowd. The energy was electric, charged with the dreams of countless souls who yearned for a better future. They looked to him, their eyes filled with a mixture of reverence and hope. "What will we do?" they asked, their voices trembling with emotion. Gabriel raised his hand, and silence fell upon them like a gentle embrace. "We will rise," he declared, his voice strong and unwavering, echoing through the remnants of their broken world. "Together, we will weave a new story, one where hope triumphs over despair, and love conquers hate. Today, we sow the seeds of redemption in the soil of our unity." With those words, a newfound spirit surged through the crowd, mirroring the flicker of determination burning within Gabriel's heart. The night was filled with a chorus of voices, a symphony of hope rising from the ashes of despair, ready to meet the dawn with renewed strength. As they marched forward, the shadows of their past began to fade, replaced by the promise of a brighter tomorrow. In that moment, Gabriel became more than just a man. He transformed into a symbol, a beacon cutting through the darkness of history. And as the first light of dawn began to break, illuminating the path ahead, the world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, where hope would continue to blossom and redemption would forever echo through the ages. In a dimly lit room, an old woman sat before a flickering candle, its flame dancing like a restless spirit. She cradled a weathered book in her hands, its pages yellowed with age and love. The air was thick with memories, whispers of dreams and fears long buried. Her heart raced as she turned to a page marked by a fragile, silk ribbon. The name Gabriel leaped out at her, wrapping around her soul like a warm embrace. In that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine, a spark of recognition that ignited her spirit. Gabriel, the celestial messenger, was more than a figure in ancient texts. He was a guide, a beacon of hope in the tumultuous sea of life. Throughout history, countless individuals have felt his presence. Those seeking answers in moments of despair, yearning for direction when shadows loom large. The mythology of Gabriel stretches back thousands of years, woven into the fabric of various cultures, each with its unique interpretation of the angelic being. From the sacred halls of ancient temples in Mesopotamia to the quiet corners of medieval churches, his name has echoed through time, touching hearts and igniting spiritual awakenings. In a bustling marketplace of Baghdad, a young merchant named Amir felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Each day brought new challenges, and the joy of life seemed to slip through his fingers like grains of sand. Overwhelmed, he sought solace beneath a grand palm tree, the fronds swaying gently in the wind. As he closed his eyes, he whispered his troubles to the heavens. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled through the leaves, and Amir opened his eyes to see a figure bathed in golden light standing before him. It was Gabriel, radiating warmth and compassion. The merchant felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over him, as if the turmoil of his heart was quelled by the angel's mere presence. In that moment, Amir understood. He was not alone. The stories of Gabriel's impact span centuries and continents, each encounter a testament to his role as a harbinger of hope and healing. Look to the medieval pilgrims who traversed rugged paths toward sacred sites, their hearts heavy with burdens. Amidst their prayers and chants, many spoke of a luminous figure appearing on their journeys, guiding them through the darkness. They described feeling a divine connection, as if Gabriel himself walked alongside them, urging them to keep faith and pressing forward. Each step taken in devotion brought them closer to enlightenment, their souls awakening to a deeper understanding of life's purpose. As the sun set on a quiet village in France, a woman named Claire knelt at her bedside, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had lost her child, and despair had wrapped around her heart like a vice. In her grief, she felt abandoned, lost in a world that seemed devoid of joy. That night, as she cried out for comfort, she felt a soft breeze brush against her cheek. Gabriel appeared, not in the form of radiant light, but as a gentle whisper in her heart. The message was clear: love never dies. In that moment, Claire felt the burden lift, realizing that her child's spirit lived on, intertwined with her own. The angel's presence ignited a flicker of hope within her, leading her toward healing. Across the ocean, in the vibrant streets of New Orleans, a woman named Marie attended a gathering of seekers, all drawn together by their desire for understanding. Each had their own tale, each soul searching for meaning in an often chaotic existence. As she listened to their stories, she felt an overwhelming sense of unity, as if Gabriel himself were weaving their lives together. With each shared experience, the energy in the room shifted, growing vibrant and electric. They began to chant, calling upon the angelic presence for guidance. In that collective moment of vulnerability and openness, many felt a surge of inspiration, ideas blossoming like flowers in spring. Gabriel's role as a catalyst for personal transformation was palpable, his essence igniting a fire within each heart. The tales of Gabriel lingered in the air, a reminder that the angel is not confined to any single moment in time. His spirit weaves through the tapestry of life, touching those who reach out in earnestness. From the ancient texts of the Bible, where he brought messages of hope to Mary and the shepherds, to the echoes of his voice in modern spiritual practices, Gabriel's influence transcends boundaries. He appears in dreams, visions, and quiet moments of reflection, whispering encouragement to those who feel lost. In a sunlit garden, a young boy named Eli sat, his fingers tracing the petals of a vibrant flower. He was struggling with questions that no child should have to bear. Where did people go when they left this world? Why do bad things happen? As he pondered these thoughts, a shimmering light caught his eye. Gabriel appeared, not in a way that frightened him, but as a gentle presence radiating love. The angel knelt beside Eli, offering answers in a way he could understand. "Life is a journey, little one," he said softly. "Each person carries love with them, and that love never truly fades." Eli's eyes widened with wonder, a fresh sense of understanding blooming within him. In that instant, he knew he could carry forward the lessons of love and compassion, forever marked by Gabriel's gentle guidance. Gabriel's role in personal spiritual journeys is timeless, a constant thread that weaves through the fabric of humanity. His essence is one of connection, encouraging individuals to seek purpose and meaning in their lives. As dusk fell in the old woman's room, she closed the book, her heart racing with the realization that Gabriel's touch was not only historical but also profoundly personal. She felt his presence in her own life, guiding her through struggles, illuminating her darkest moments with flickers of hope. With renewed vigor, she rose from her chair, the candlelight casting shadows that danced along the walls, whispering secrets of the past. She could feel the pull of Gabriel's energy, beckoning her forward into the unknown. As she stepped into the night, the stars twinkled above like distant messengers, reminding her that the journey was far from over. The path ahead was illuminated by the love of an angel, and she was ready to embrace whatever lay before her, her heart forever entwined with the celestial. The air crackled with anticipation as Gabriel stepped onto the worn cobblestone streets of his hometown, a place that had witnessed countless stories unfold through the ages. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced across the walls of ancient buildings, whispering of the past. Each step he took echoed with the weight of expectation, not just for himself, but for the community that had molded him, for the faith that had sustained him, and for the future that lay uncertain but ripe with potential. Gabriel's heart raced as he recalled the teachings of his grandmother, a woman whose gentle hands once cradled him while imparting lessons of compassion and kindness. The echoes of her voice reminded him of the power of faith, a force that had ignited revolutions, poured solace into grieving hearts, and built bridges among the most diverse of souls. In that very moment, he felt the stirrings of change, a shift that thrummed beneath the surface of society, waiting for someone bold enough to harness it. He passed the old church at the end of the street, its steeple reaching high into the sky, a sentinel that had watched over generations. Inside, voices rose in unison, a chorus of hope and desire for connection. Gabriel's mind wandered to the stories of Martin Luther King Jr., whose dream propelled countless individuals to rise for their beliefs. The same fervor ignited within him, as if the spirits of those who had fought for justice whispered encouragement in the wind. He could envision how faith, when wielded like a sword, could carve pathways toward understanding, acceptance, and love. As evening fell, Gabriel gathered with a group of friends in the park, where laughter mingled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. They spoke of dreams, of futures unwritten. His best friend, Maya, animatedly shared her vision of a community garden that would bring together people from all walks of life, fostering unity and cooperation. Gabriel could see it vividly, a tapestry of colors and cultures blossoming side by side, nourished by the very essence of faith that taught love for one's neighbor. Yet, in the back of his mind, a flicker of doubt remained. He recalled the historical struggles that had often pitted faith against progress. The Crusades, the Inquisition, moments when belief turned into weaponry. It was a reminder of how power could twist the purest intentions, a warning of the potential darkness that could overshadow the light of hope. Gabriel understood that he was standing at a pivotal moment, where the choices he made could either uplift or shatter the very fabric of the community he adored. A sudden gust of wind rustled through the park, causing the branches to sway wildly, as if nature itself were urging him onward. Gabriel felt the pull of responsibility like a weight upon his shoulders. He had to be the change he longed to see. He envisioned the youth of the town, vibrant and full of dreams, yet often lost in a world clamoring for their attention. They were a generation caught in the crossfire of conflicting beliefs, social media storms, and expectations that felt too heavy to bear. With a determined fire in his eyes, Gabriel decided that he would create a space for them, a sanctuary where faith and community intertwined seamlessly. He thought of the civil rights movement, of how community gatherings had lit the path toward justice. Inspiration surged through his veins as he envisioned evening discussions, spaces where voices could mingle, forging connections that transcended age, race, and belief. He yearned for a revival of faith not confined within the walls of churches but blossoming like wildflowers in the hearts of the people. That very night, he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the blueprints of his dreams swirling in his mind. The vision he had was not just for his town but echoed the long-held desires of humanity to find common ground. He thought of Nelson Mandela, who had once said, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others." The weight of his own potential pressed against him, a call to action that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Days turned into weeks as Gabriel poured his energy into his mission. He reached out to local leaders, gathered support, and organized meetings that sparked a flame of hope. Each gathering was a powerful moment, akin to the early days of the abolitionist movement, where passionate souls united for a cause greater than themselves. As stories were shared, tears flowed freely, and laughter filled the air. The bonds formed became a testament to the power of faith in action. But shadows loomed, and the whispers of dissent began to rise. Some in the community resisted change, clinging to traditions that felt threatened. The air grew thick with tension, and Gabriel found himself wondering if the dreams he held so dearly could withstand the scrutiny of those who opposed them. He remembered the stories of Joan of Arc, who stood unwavering in her beliefs despite the flames that surrounded her. Her courage inspired him as he faced the storm brewing on the horizon. The first community event arrived, set in the park under the glow of twinkling lights and the distant hum of music. Gabriel stood before a gathering that felt electric with anticipation. He shared his heart, speaking of unity, hope, and a future woven together with threads of faith. Each word was a plea, a call to rise above the divisive forces that sought to pull them apart. He watched as faces softened, hands reached out, and smiles spread through the crowd like sunlight piercing through clouds. Yet, just as the night filled with promise, a figure emerged from the shadows, a voice laden with skepticism that cut through the air. Gabriel felt a chill run down his spine as the man spoke, challenging his ideals and questioning the very foundation of his vision. As a ripple of tension swept through the crowd, Gabriel's heart raced. The moment felt suspended in time. This was not just a battle of words. It was a test of faith itself, a call to stand firm against the winds of doubt. And in that charged moment, Gabriel realized that the future of faith and society did not rest solely on his shoulders. It belonged to everyone gathered there, bound together by the shared belief that change was possible. As the crowd began to murmur, voices rising in support, he felt a surge of hope ignite within him. The flames of faith were not just flickers of light. They were a roaring fire, ready to illuminate even the darkest corners of the human experience. With the air thick with emotion and uncertainty, the night unfolded into a tapestry of stories, resilience, and an unyielding spirit. The future remained unwritten, pregnant with potential, and as Gabriel stood at the center, he knew this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, but the whispers of his ancestors echoed in his heart, urging him onward. The journey of faith was alive, and he was ready to embrace it, for he understood that the story was far from over.